Welcome to Powered by Rainbows 2022 Telethon, hosted by Professor Pride and brought to you by viewers like you. This evening, we'll be joined by your favorite host, Michael Martin, Jimmy, Mr. Nutterbutters, Reginald Fluffwoofers, and more. You'll hear amazing speeches, hear about our great cause, and you'll hear live music by Matt Haslam, and hear a chapter from our latest book. Near the end of the broadcast, we'll even be doing a live Q&A to be answering your LGBTQIA questions. All of that's to come and more tonight in the 2022 Powered by Rainbows Telethon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Haslam, better known online as Professor Pride, and I'm the founder and host of Powered by Rainbows, weekly LGBTQ education and resources. Today, I want to welcome you to our live stream and our 2022 telethon. Today, you're going to see speeches, different people, different hosts of the show come on, some live music, and more. But all of this is being done in the effort to raise funds for an incredible cause, for LGBTQ education and resources for the world. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story, and first start off this entire stream with telling you why we are doing this. That way you understand. It's not normal for us to do a telethon or a fundraising drive like this. But YouTube has sort of forced our hand. And I'll explain all that in just a second. But I want to first say that underneath this video, you will find a link, the top link of the video, and in the pinned comments and in the pinned comment on the live chat, you will find a link to our link tree. On that link tree, you can find a list of different ways you can either donate to Powered by Rainbows LGBTQ education, or you can find our merchandise on the PBR merch store or on Amazon. We have tons of different ways that you can help support the show if you can. We really need your help, now more than ever before. I don't like saying that. I never did. In years past, we've been able to fund this entire program by my personal company, Matt Haslam Productions. We would go out and film different musicals, concerts, events, and then we just took the same cameras that we had for that and made a little show in the basement of my house. It was okay back then, and we were financially stable and we were doing well. We were getting not great numbers on YouTube and not great numbers anywhere else. We posted all of our episodes to Facebook and YouTube at the same time, which took hours to upload because we didn't have great internet. Then we hit certain goals on YouTube, and we made it from 1,000 subscribers on June 1st, 2.5 years ago now, to 10,000 subscribers by the end of June that same year. So within 1 month, we more than 10 times our viewership, and it was incredible. For the next year, YouTube sponsored us. They put us out a lot. YouTube actually had contracts with us and were really helping our channel move along and get out to more people because they saw the value in what we were doing. Then we started doing events and started going to Pride events and being the head speaker for different events and things for organizations. And it became a surreal experience to go from just making a little show in the basement of my house to now being this credible professor in LGBTQ education. I think over those years, it was also during COVID, and that's why I think we sort of got false securities in how things were going. People were home watching YouTube more than they were out out and about doing things in their daily life. And I think that did give us a false sense of security of if we were in that stage making what we were making off of it, then obviously by the time that we make 100,000 subscribers, 100 times what we had back then, this could be a livable wage for 1, 2, or even 5 employees. We wanted to expand massively. Back then, I said to a lot of people online, you can go back to shows from back then, and you'll find me saying over and over again my dream for this show. I didn't want Powered by Rainbows to just be me. It never was about me. It was never supposed to be centered around me. I wanted to buy a school, a literal building school. And I wanted to fill it with classrooms for each subject. So one classroom would be a trans classroom, another one would be a lesbian classroom, another one would be a gay man classroom, and so on and so forth. We really wanted to fill as much as we could of content, but we wanted to provide a different host in every subject, where we would have a trans person be a host of trans topics, we would have a lesbian be a host of lesbian topics, so on and so forth. I was never supposed to be the only host of this show. I still have those plans and I still have those dreams. We thought all of that was possible by the time we hit 100,000 subscribers. Because that's the promises that YouTube was giving us. You think to yourself, buying a building like a school and hiring multiple employees, it's expensive, right? Any business person knows that. But that's the sort of false security YouTube was giving us. That's the promises YouTube was setting us up for. Then, last year, we ended the year pretty well. Another 100 and some odd episodes that year, actually, no, 200 and some odd episodes last year. And we were doing really well again. This year, we started off with great numbers. January is always a little bit slow for us, but overall, we were doing well. And we sort of started having behind-the-scenes meetings. Unbeknownst to our live audience, behind the scenes, we always have monthly meetings with our executive team. We're on a Zoom call once a month trying to figure out what we're going to do. You know, what's the next episode? What direction should our show head in? Should we switch up our content? What is most important to our audience to cover? We divided up between the team of who's best to research and write every episode. We split it up between the team. Maybe someone has more experience in a certain field, so we let them take charge of a certain topic or event of ours. In February, we were talking about legitimately hiring 1 or 2 employees full-time. That is a massive expense for anyone. Hiring someone, even at minimum wage in America, that is thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars every single month. But we were at the point of maybe doing it. We were in talks of doing it at first part-time and then moving up to full-time. I wanted to hire the people that really, really helped us get to where we were and could already be on the ground floor of they already know our process and they've already worked in our process, but now it's just making them a part of that process all the time. So we were in talks of doing that, which is a huge step for any business or any platform like ours. We actually signed the lease to our current apartment in January, I believe. That lease means we have $1,000 expense every month without fail. And again, we were legitimately on that track. This is my full-time job. There is no other things I do anymore. I gave up everything else because YouTube was promising so much. YouTube was promising that, hey, if you hit certain numbers, you should get certain ad revenue. And this was, again, I'm not saying this is all about the ad revenue. I'm saying when you're a 30-year-old man, you have to think about revenue. You have to think about not just making videos for the internet anymore. You have to think about how that's going to pay for your life. This takes up 50 or 60 hours of my life every week without fail. 50 or 60 hours. So if you're in school right now, think about the amount of time you're in school. Double it. And that is how much time I spend every week making this show. If you're working a full-time job right now, think about taking that amount of time and timesing it by 1.5, 1.5. That is how much time I spend every week making this show. And so you start to realize I can't really have another job on the side. I can't really do anything else. This is it. If we want to make this show to the quality that we're making it, with the level of research we have, to be 100% accurate 100% of the time, I cannot do another job. I cannot be out there doing another thing. And so we got certain promises from YouTube of this is what you're on track to hit. You should be financially stable doing this. And like I said, there was talks of hiring other people. Then May comes. May, we're doing perfectly fine. We're crunching to get episodes done because we were normally in May, we go from doing one episode a week until the end of May, from February to May every year. And we always do 3 episodes a week every June, all June long. Because a lot of people are searching for LGBTQ content in Pride Month. That's how things work. And we want to provide as much as we can in June, in Pride Month, as we possibly can. So we're ramping up production, making more and more content, making 4 episodes every week, all May. Because we knew at the end of May, our lease started on this apartment. We knew that I had to move all of the equipment from my old house to where we are now. In order to move it, we need to set it down and pack it all correctly so it's all safe on the trip. We need to get a U-Haul and move up here and boom, 120 miles away, set it all up again. And we don't have the time to do that if we're making episodes for that next day and the next day and the next day. So we needed content ready in advance. We need to make all June content in May. So okay, we go and do that. Everything's fine. June 1st hits. June 1st, we get the keys to the apartment. We move in that weekend, and here we are. But June 1st also hits another milestone. YouTube decides to change their platform. See, there's this incoming program called TikTok that competes against them. And they're afraid like hell of this new platform. Because TikTok doesn't have any rules. See, TikTok doesn't abide by copyright law. They're a China-based company that doesn't care about laws or trademarks or anything. So you can take whatever content you want, upload it again. You can take whatever clip of a major TV show and upload it without any consequences. You can take some music and use it as the soundtrack of your video, and There's no consequences or royalties paid to the actual songwriter. There's no consequences at all over there. It's a madhouse and a free-for-all. But because it's such a free-for-all, and because the attention span of many viewers is getting shorter, TikTok is an actual competitor. So YouTube, that's always been one for longer form content, now has a competitor that's actually really challenging them. So YouTube rolled out YouTube Shorts program. YouTube Shorts program is where you can upload up to 1 minute long videos in vertical format, and that's it. It's a YouTube Short. Sounds great, right? Only at first, they weren't offering any ad revenue at all. You made a YouTube Short, you didn't get paid to make it. Now, if you're making videos for fun, that's great. If you're making videos for education, also great. But we don't get funding from the government. We don't get funding from any grants or anything like that. We get money from ad revenue and sponsorships and people buying merchandise. And you can't really do that with a 1 minute video. And I know what you're saying. Well, do you really need money? I mean, if you're a teenager out there, you might think that making $100 a week is good enough. It's not. It doesn't pay the bills when you have a real life, when your rent is $1,000 and your food cost is just as high, and your water, electricity, and internet service, which we have to have lightning fast internet in order to do what we do, because we're an internet-based company. When all of those expenses add up, you're talking about thousands of dollars a month going out the door. Simply put, it's not cheap to live in a world that is caused by inflation. Inflation is through the roof. Food costs are about 2 to 2.5 times as high as they used to be 5 to 10 years ago. It's not cheap to live nowadays. Electricity bills for all of Pennsylvania went up by 80% this year. Gas prices went up massively too. I mean, you've probably seen this in the news. You've probably seen inflation, and you might not know what that means, but that means the cost of living is going through the roof. Okay, so now YouTube wants us to create shorts, 1 minute long videos. Seems easy, right? But when YouTube isn't offering any ad revenue to do that, it's hard to spend a lot of time to make a video when there's no reward for that. YouTube doesn't want to give a reward. All they want to do is compete against TikTok. So they're getting a reward for that, but you're not as a creator. Okay, cool. Then they decide, well, we're going to offer some revenue. But they have rolled out about 10 different rollouts company-wide to make YouTube Shorts a massive part of the community, a massive part of what you see on the platform. If you look at your homepage of YouTube now, YouTube Shorts are 2 to 3 things down, if not the top thing on your home screen. YouTube Shorts are a lot more friendly to people that don't have 10 to 20 minutes to learn about a topic. But when you're only talking about something for 1 minute, you cannot have a conversation. You cannot talk about something in depth. You can't cover the whole story of a topic in 1 minute. It's impossible. So for content creators like myself, and for gamers, and for many different types of creators out there, we kept going the way we were going anyway. We kept making 15 to 25 minute long videos like we always did before, because why would something new on the platform hurt us? Well, YouTube pushed YouTube Shorts like crazy. instead of making another app for it entirely so they can compete against TikTok directly, they decided to scratch all of the hard work they've done in longer form content and owning the longer form space of internet. And they decided to make their app into TikTok. So now every minute you're watching YouTube Shorts, it takes away time from longer form content that you could be watching and helping channels grow. Again, unbeknownst to a lot of people, it really hurt. So even if you watched a YouTube short by us, for instance, YouTube was not pushing our channel. So if you liked a YouTube short that we created, YouTube behind the scenes was not recommending that channel again and again. For instance, when you watch a longer form video from us and you watch an actual episode and you hit the like button, YouTube will recommend that channel to you again and again because you liked a piece of content from them in the past. If you dislike a video, YouTube still recommends that channel to you again and again because you disliked the video. You didn't like it, so they want you to watch more of it. It's called hate. And hate spreads a lot faster than love sometimes. If you comment on a video of ours, YouTube really loves that. That's called a level 2 interaction on a video. And YouTube loves it. So they're like, hey, if you commented, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. You can comment, oh my God, I love this video. Or you can comment, my God, this guy sucks. It still is a level 2 interaction to YouTube. And YouTube algorithm says we should recommend that channel to that user more. But on YouTube Shorts, you could like, you can comment, doesn't matter. YouTube will not recommend that channel to you more often. Just recently, within the past week or two, they've changed that because big creators have complained enough to them that they said, maybe that's something we should change. Thanks, YouTube. Thanks for listening to the small guy. YouTube was founded to help the small guy, and it's now just a platform of big creators. Unless Mr. Beast complains about something, nothing ever gets done. It's had its problems in the past couple months. For instance, you might remember a couple weeks ago, a pretty large creator was uploading something, a game, and he uploaded the same clip as Markiplier and wondered, why is Markiplier's video monetized, but my video isn't? He started to notice something, and he started to notice the algorithm itself is a little racist. And weirdly, only demonetizes and age gates videos from black creators, not white creators. Weird. And a massive problem YouTube still has to contend with today, and still has not answered for. But in June, they rolled out a massive update for YouTube Shorts. And so any longer form creators like myself, or many others, we suffered greatly. What you don't know behind the scenes is when you create content on this platform, YouTube sends you emails regularly. For instance, if there's a month that we create 15 videos, the next month comes along and we create 14 videos, YouTube will send us an email and say, the reason why your channel isn't doing near as well is because you're not creating enough content. Last month you made 15 videos. This month you only made 14. How dare you? Okay, so we'll make more videos. We do that occasionally. October of last year, we made 35 videos in 1 month. I should say 2 years ago we did that. But 35 videos in 1 month we published. That's insane. Nobody can keep up with that. Now gamers can, like Jelly or Slogo Man, because They have a team of 50 people behind the scenes working for them full time. 50 people. Do you know how much the salary for 50 editors and video editors is? Do you know what the salary of that is? It's about $30,000, $40,000 per year per person. It's a lot of money. Which is why we don't have editors on this show. It's all me. But for those creators, it's possible. They have the people. Why not create 2 videos a day? And so it becomes a challenge to keep up. But November 1st, we couldn't keep up. We made 35 videos in 1 month. That is incredibly hard. And that's something we have to plan for in advance. So from July to September, we're making more than 2-3 episodes a week because we're making videos 1 or 2 a week for October to prepare for October, for LGBTQ History Month. This year, you're going to notice we haven't done that. We're not putting out 35 videos in October. And do you want to know why? It's not because we don't have the topics. We have the topics. We have the people writing. We have the research behind us. But YouTube won't let us put out that much content. And if you want to know why, it's because we can do fantastic in October. If we put out 35 videos in October again, we will do great in October. But then November hits. November, we cannot keep up with that rate of production. No one can unless you have 50 staff members. So we drop back down to our average of 15 to 20 videos a month, which is insane for any production company, by the way. It is a monumental amount of work to put out 15 to 20 videos a month. So we go back down to that number. But then December hits and YouTube sends us emails and says, your channel didn't do as well in November because you didn't put out as much content as you put out in October. It actually purposefully hurts your channel when you don't make enough content as you did the month prior. So it's to your advantage as a creator to put out the same number of videos every month without fail. It doesn't matter the quality, because YouTube doesn't grade quality. The algorithm doesn't grade it. As long as people click the thumbnail, they don't care. It's very sad how YouTube has become this platform where YouTube Shorts, a 1-minute video, does monumentally better than an actual deep dive into a subject. A 20-minute video covering, I don't know, Alan Turing, who is the man who saved us from World War II and cracked the Enigma code, literally saved the world. He was a gay man who is one of the greatest men of history. We did a 20-minute deep dive on him. That didn't do near as well as someone else who created a YouTube short about him and made it 1-minute video long. Okay. July hits. July, YouTube rolls out another update for their YouTube Shorts program. Now, all of your videos can be clipped. Now, if you're not aware, underneath a YouTube creator's video, there's a little scissors icon. If that icon is there, it means you can clip out a section of that person's video and make a YouTube short out of it. Sounds great, right? But here's the thing. If that was available on a video, you clip out that section of video. And now YouTube, the algorithm, thinks that it's your piece of content. So it gives you the ad revenue. So now you're just taking a 1-minute section of my 20-minute long video, you're putting it on your channel as a 1-minute clip, and now YouTube gives you the revenue for that video when I'm the one that created it. How is that fair? So YouTube sends an email out and says you can opt out of this program, but there's no one button or contract I can sign to opt out of that program. I have to go through all 600 and some odd ones of my videos and opt out individually. It took days, even with multiple people working on it. So that's not a great update, is it, YouTube? Okay. But we let it go, because that's the platform we're on. Well, then they roll out another update a couple weeks later, and they say, well, we want to make it easier for people to find your YouTube short, because we're all about shorts now. We're no longer a platform that's for longer form creators. So now, let's say you make a YouTube short out of one of my videos, a clip, if you will, and you comment on it. You take a clip of my video and then you make a YouTube short, and you're like, let me give a response to this little section. Matt said that it's not a sin to be gay, so let me make a video out of that and clip that little section out where Matt says it's not a sin to be gay, and let me add my own commentary to it. Hate groups love that. So they offered a way for people to create these clips, put responses of their own in, and whatever is the most popular YouTube short made out of that longer form video is now listed directly underneath that content creator's main video. So for instance, under this new program, if I allowed anyone to create clips and shorts out of my videos, it would, in this new program, allow a hate group to respond to my video, clip out something, add their own response, and now it would be listed as a YouTube short under my video. So now you're going to see my video, how it's not a sin to be gay. Right underneath that, underneath the title of the episode, you're going to see all of the most popular YouTube shorts made out of that video. And then below that, you'll see my description and recommended videos from my channel. Beforehand, you can scroll down and see other videos by this channel in case you're interested. And you can keep going through more and more of my videos until you watch all 700. But now, under this new program, you can create a YouTube short, and it's listed before any other content of the channel you're watching. It's horrible. So we opted out of that program because hate groups could take advantage of it and run away with it. It's amazing how many of these programs that our small team of 30 people behind the scenes immediately notice the issues on and see how hate groups can take advantage of it, but yet YouTube, this multi-billion-dollar company, can't see that things could be, used in inappropriate ways. They just wanted to push YouTube Shorts more and more. They didn't care the consequences. So we opted out of that too. By the way, that again meant we had to individually go through every video. Thanks, YouTube. Unknowingly to a lot of people, June we had an event called Pottsville Pride Event. It actually went really well. We sold out of our merchandise, we met a lot of great people, and we were a little unprepared for that. We didn't have a credit card processing app on our phone at the time, so everything was in cash, and a lot of people don't like that. So, okay. We made that mistake, going to an event without a credit card processing. But we did sell out, so it was still worth it in the end for us to go, and everybody was happy. I'm still very, very happy with that event, by the way. No qualms. So we're going to an event in July. Much bigger event. Instead of 30 vendors, this has over 100. This area of Pennsylvania, the median household income is about 3 or 4 times as much as the other area we were in for Pottsville Pride. It just, we look up a lot of information on demographics before we sign up for any event. It's, again, how you do things in business. I'm a man of numbers. Numbers are how you operate a business. It's how you go about doing anything and making any financial decisions of whether or not our team is going to spend hundreds of dollars and actually go to anything in person. So we decided to go to this much, much larger Pride event. I'm not going to name that Pride event here because they have asked me not to, and you're about to hear why. But we bought a good $250, $300 of raw material for merchandise, for books, stickers, posters, a whole bunch of stuff we were going to sell. We bought that in advance because we knew we sold out at a much smaller Pride event. We did not want to be underprepared again. So we came with a credit card processing app on our phone, and we were like, hey, a lot of people at the old event last month wanted us to have a credit card processing company, so we did it. We find solutions to problems that were faced, as any good business does. We went there with a bunch more merchandise because we knew there's a lot of people that wanted to buy things, but they didn't have cash. So we'll bring a bunch more merchandise this time because we have the processing company now on our team, and boom, we'll sell out again. It's a much bigger event. It's an event that has 3 or 4 times the household median income as the other one, so no doubt we're going to sell out. We go there, and this Pride event has 2 sections. One section is a big grass open field. The only way your vendor spot got in this section was if you paid over $1,000 to be there. $1,000 to put up your tent. That is what bought you the ticket. If you paid anything less than $1,000, from what we can tell, you were put in Section 2. Section 2 was not near the giant grass field. It was back in the woods. Behind this grass field, there was a little trail, a dirt trail, that went down back behind everything else. And it was hidden in the trees. About 200-300 feet of trees were blocking you from seeing this field that everyone else was in. So lots of, over 1,000 people came to this event. It was a great turnout for the event itself. But unless you saw this little dirt path went back into the woods, you never knew to go back there. Well, this Pride event decided to sabotage people. If you paid less than $1,000 as a vendor exhibiting fee, you were put on this dirt trail. The less you paid as a vendor fee, the further back in the woods you went. So the people closest to that grass field on the trail paid more money to be there. As far as we can tell. Again, stipulation. From everything we can tell and the vendors we spoke to, that's how it apparently operated. But as you walked back in the field and this dirt trail, that's where our booth was. We were sharing the booth with another organization that, again, I won't name here because we have since parted ways with that organization. Turns out they're not as, admirable of an organization as we thought, so we decided to part ways after that event was over. But we were sharing a tent space with this organization, and it meant we were paying $60 to be there. Okay. So we're there in person, and before the event ever begins, in your application for being there as a vendor, you have to let them know what you're going to sell, what you're going to give away. Everything. Doesn't matter if it's a burger and fries, doesn't matter if you're giving away business cards, you have to list it in the application process. So we do. And that's to prevent vendors from being side by side with other vendors that might compete against them. There's enough vendors in the event to say, if you're an author of a book, you can be here, another author is on the entire opposite side of the event. Easy, right? Well, this event decides not to do that. They ask for the information for that purpose, but then never actually care about it. So we're setting up our tent right next door to one of our good friends, Sharon Stokes from Stokes Ministry. Great organization, fantastic nonprofit that she runs. She's actually on our executive team of Powered by Rainbows. Fantastic person. I highly recommend checking her out online and her non-denominational church. Fantastic, right? She's a good friend, but what she does at her booth is she sells small items. Stickers, 3 for $1. Flags for $5. T-shirts for $10. So on and so forth. That is right next door to us. We're selling stickers for $7 each because they're personalized and we have a huge cost in printing them. It's not cheap to print stickers, people. Okay, that's going to be difficult. And now our $7 stickers look like an advertisement for her because it makes her stickers more of a value because they're not as expensive. So, okay, we're not going to sell many stickers today. To our left-hand side, there's another vendor selling dream catchers. Okay, no problem at all. But she decides, with the event organizer's permission, to give away LGBTQ children's books for free. Now, don't know if you know this, but we have LGBTQ children's books for sale. So now we're trying to sell books right next door to someone giving away children's books for free. It's never going to work. 200 feet down the road is another author, a lesbian writer, selling books for $15 a piece. No problem at all. We can compete against that. We have books for $15 a piece too. Well, we also have books for $65 a piece. They're probably not going to sell as well. The event organizers put us all next to each other because we paid similar amounts in our vendor fees. We didn't pay the $1,000 or $2,000 price tag it costs to be up in the main jumbo field that had plenty of space empty. No, we only paid $60. So we're right next to a bunch of competitors that openly compete against us and are giving away books for free. So we're not going to do as well. Well, on that trail, as you enter the trail from the big field of bigger vendors, the vendors that are giving away t-shirts for free because they're Sam Adams and they're, Verizon and Comcast, these giant corporations that have millions to spend. So, this giant field, you're getting stuff for free all day. In order to find us and all of the other vendors, you have to walk down this trail. But the event organizers decide to spend their volunteers and send one of their volunteers for the event to the entrance of that trail. So again, you're in this giant field of big vendors giving away stuff. And as you walk down this trail, you have to go through this little archway that they have set up. And they have one of their volunteers telling people not to go down the trail. There's no vendors down this trail, don't worry. I don't want you to get lost. Don't go down there. There's nothing down there from the event. Well, there is. There's about 80 vendors down that trail. But you have an employee telling people not to go down there, not to give business to the 80 vendors that are down there, including us. Now wonder why you have thousands of people showing up to this event and we've only seen about 10 midway through the event. Now wonder why, because only 10 people openly defied your orders from your volunteer and actually went down there anyway. So the people that went down there, now you're very limiting your audience coming by, and there was countless people coming up to us throughout the day, picking up our booths and starting to walk away. So we had to get them back and be like, hey, we're selling that book for $15. And they were like, but next door they're giving away children's books for free. Why don't you give away your books for free? I don't know, because it cost us $14 to print this. It was just a hard day. We were very upset coming away from that event. We had hundreds upon hundreds and upon hundreds of dollars of merchandise sitting in a box that we never thought would come back home. So on top of YouTube trying to sabotage us, now there was an actual Pride event trying to sabotage vendors that weren't paying thousands. And by the way, we have photographic and video evidence of everything I just said, just in case you're wondering. We just never covered it in an episode because we didn't want to badmouth a Pride event. But yeah, that happened. Weirdly, I worked with that organization in the past for, tell you the truth, the launch of my children's book a couple of years ago. We did a book signing with them. Great organization until they tried to sabotage 80 vendors. We come home from that with a bunch of merchandise that we couldn't sell because the event sabotaged us, and here we are, stuck with shelves upon shelves of items. So we're wondering what to do. And now YouTube is trying their best to make their entire website into a shorts platform and get rid of every long-form creator. I told my team on, sorry, we probably should mention that to get around this, we actually were reached out to, another organization reached out to us in the end of July, August, and asked us to come speak at their Art in the Park event. You're going to see the speech that we were going to give to that event later on today. But that event, there were like 30 vendors coming to that. Because of Hurricane Ivan, or whatever its name is, coming up the eastern coast of the United States this week, that event was sadly canceled. That was the event that was supposed to sell all of the remaining merchandise we had in stock from the July Pride event gone wrong, and it was supposed to be our saving grace. And then it was canceled because there's a hurricane. Because our world is heading into a climate change that is irreversible. And politicians are like, science isn't real. Anyway. Back in February, we were on track to hit 100,000 subscribers on June 1st. YouTube promised us June and Pride Month, we were going to be sponsored again for the third year in a row. YouTube was promising us 2 million views. They were promising us, through data, what was it, a 5-figure revenue. A lot of money on the table. So we invested heavily. We're like, hey, if that's what they're promising, we'll give them content. And we'll give you good content for that, That's why we were talking about hiring people in February, is because YouTube made these promises to us. Well, as many of you know, in I believe May or April, I reached out to every one of you and I said, hey, if you want to be part of our 100,000 subscriber special, send in a video of you thanking the show or doing whatever you want to do. Send it in now using the form below, and you can be part of that show. Submit it soon because we knew that our subscriber count was running up like crazy, and we knew that we're going to hit 100,000 June 1st, if not before that. We were terrified of not having that broadcast ready in time to hit 100,000. As soon as we hit 100,000, no matter what time of day or night, we were going to broadcast that episode. By the way, we got tons of videos from all of you, and we have a 50-minute long episode edited, uploaded to YouTube, and waiting privately for that monumental moment. A lot of you are a part of it. I believe we got 40 some submissions from you guys. It was incredible the support we got. But I kept telling people, get your videos in now because we're about to hit it tomorrow, you know? Like we could hit that number any day now. June 1st hits and YouTube Shorts app sort of just took over the regular YouTube app. And YouTube invested everything they had into YouTube Shorts and forgot about longer form content creators. So now all of those promises that they made to us were blown up in smoke. We saw all the data and we knew June is massive. YouTube is sponsoring us. Like, what better situation could we possibly have than that? You know, for a third year in a row, YouTube wants to push our content, wants to help us. They're promising us 5 figures in revenue. They're promising us 2 million views. In July, they're promising us another 1 million views, at least. How can we go wrong? Needless to say, we didn't hit those numbers. Midway through June, we reached out to YouTube at our contacts at YouTube. Because we're lucky enough to be a big enough platform that we actually have someone that works on our account. Somehow, we're lucky enough to have that. A lot of creators under 100,000 subscribers don't have that. So we reached out to someone and we're like, hey, what's going on? It's June. It's midway through June. How come we haven't hit 1 million views yet? And they just tell us, well, you got to understand the pandemic's over and maybe people are on vacation. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe people are on vacation. Maybe our 100,000 people are all on vacation for 2.5 weeks. Sure about that, YouTube? But okay, we go with that theory. We keep making content, keep putting out 3 videos a week. Okay. End of June comes, we asked them again, how come we haven't hit 1 million views yet? You told us people are on vacation, but they're not on vacation. They're back from vacation now. No one takes a month-long vacation. We don't know what to tell you because they can't say the word recession. YouTube executives and team members cannot say the word recession. It would scare investors. So YouTube just lets us think a couple things. They send us an email that, I kid you not, tells us, maybe you're just not creating enough content. Maybe you need to make better video thumbnails. Maybe you need to come up with better topics for your audience. Maybe you're the problem. You, the content creator, are the problem. Obviously, it's not the recession that's going on in America right now, and advertisers aren't spending money. So when advertisers aren't giving YouTube billions of dollars to push anything, YouTube doesn't want to put videos out and put it in front of your eyes if they aren't making a buck doing it. They're a for-profit company. That's what they do. I have no qualms with that. But when advertisers aren't spending money because it's just the beginning of a recession in America, just be truthful with me. Tell me there's a recession going on and that's why this is failing right now. Don't tell me that it's my fault as a content creator. Don't tell me I need to make double or triple the amount of videos, even though I'm putting out 3 videos a week. Don't tell me it's my thumbnails when people are clicking on my thumbnails and people like my content. Don't tell me to come up with better topics for episodes when I have monumental amounts of research and data, 173 million points of data, telling me what content to create and what my audience would enjoy. Don't give me that bullcrap, YouTube. But that's what they told me. It's my fault. In July, when the views weren't doing good still, maybe you need to make more content. Maybe you need to make better videos. No, YouTube. You're getting it wrong again and again and again. Maybe you should fully embrace YouTube Shorts. Well, YouTube Shorts aren't paying the bills. YouTube Shorts don't have ad revenue right now, so what do you expect us to do? Come on, YouTube. This has been a year full of promises and lies. YouTube promising us millions of views, that we'd hit 100,000 subscribers, that they would sponsor our channel and push it out to more people. Event organizers saying they would have us as a vendor and then put us back in the woods. It's been a year of lies. And weirdly, it's been a year that we've taken more risk than we've ever taken. YouTube and providing LGBTQ education meant we were putting out masterclasses. We were putting out a masterclass for vendors on how to better brand themselves at Pride events. We put out a masterclass for teachers on how to be more LGBTQ friendly in their classrooms and learn more about our community in case they want to be allies. No one understands why we charge what we charge for those classes. We've gotten comments of like, wait, this is, a $50 book, or this is a $30 class? Yeah. Because it takes a year to write, to research. It takes a solid 2 weeks of filming in 4K resolution on big cameras. It takes weeks to edit those master classes. It takes time. And when your talents and abilities are being thrown into making great content, we can't put it out for free on YouTube. We just can't. When we make episodes, you don't realize it takes a month of research. It takes a couple days of writing and perfecting that script. It takes rehearsals. It takes filming that script. It takes, for a 15-minute long video, by the way, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour to film that episode. And then we go to edit, and it takes about 8 to 10 hours to edit that episode. It's a lot of time, a lot of effort. And when you're only doing this 50 or 60 hours a week, and it basically makes it impossible for you to have another job on the side, this has to provide enough money to pay for the living expenses of myself. My boyfriend has another job full-time, but I need to provide for the household as well. And when you're making this kind of content, it's difficult. There is no federal grant we can apply for to get assistance in doing this. Schools, if they were doing it, could get a grant overnight. If we were a nonprofit, we could apply for a grant and they would probably give us one. But then we couldn't pay for our living expenses out of it, like internet, electricity to run studio lights. All of that would be personal expenses. Doing this as a career is difficult. I'm not going to sugarcoat how easy it is. We have 30 team members behind the scenes working on this show that luckily donate their time to be a part of it. They help us write scripts, they help us research because they believe in our cause. They believe in what we're doing, in the greater good of the potential of all these resources. They know how many millions of people's lives that we're helping. And I'm incredibly grateful for every single one of them believing in the show, in the cause, and most of all, believing in me. I founded and host this show. I'm the executive director. I'm the editor. I'm the guy that is supposed to make sure that we're able to continue. And because of all of the promises and lies that have happened to us this past year, I feel like I failed. I know deep down inside it's not my fault that we got lied to by YouTube, by Pride events, by events being canceled, that were supposed to be our grace out of things. I know we wanted to launch new programs this year. Programs that are now on massive delays because of the promises and lies, broken promises and lies, I should say, that have happened to us over the past 6 to 12 months. We wanted to, as you know, we wanted to buy a school building and have different classrooms for different subjects. We wanted to improve our set a little bit. We have the best cameras and lights and sound equipment on the market, but we wanted to improve this a little bit. We wanted to go to different monuments, film them, if not in 360 view. That way, on our website, we can provide you with a 360 virtual tour of these places. So, in case you don't have the money to go to Stonewall in person, we can provide a virtual reality version of it. Be really cool, right? Unfortunately, that cost about $1,000 for one video. We want to provide different things that cost a lot of time, effort, talents, but mostly, yes, time. These things are not cheap to make. Episodes for us cost anywhere from $5 to, honestly, $2,000-$3,000 to make. They range a lot. This is not a cheap operation. It never was. I don't like coming to an audience and saying, hey, we need money to pay the bills. We need money to survive until the end of the year. I never wanted to make this video. Mostly, I'm afraid that the people who hate us the most are going to see this as a win. We've been attacked this past year, kind of on all fronts. This website called Daily Wire, it's a hate group online. Don't look it up. I don't suggest it. It's a horrible, horrible organization that just doesn't understand science or anything. But they're a hate group openly, and they decided this year they want to attack John Fetterman, who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania, and he was interviewed by myself on our show in 2021, July 2021. We interviewed him and we publicly endorsed him for Senate this year because he's a fantastic guy. He's always supported the LGBTQ community, never faulted on that at all. He's a fantastic person, one of the most admirable men in all of Pennsylvania, and he helped us through the pandemic massively. He's always supported women's rights. He has always supported women's reproductive rights. Again, never faulted on any of this. He brought crime down in his city where he was mayor. He's been an outspoken advocate of LGBTQ rights since day one. Great guy. We interviewed him, and Daily Wire decides just 2 weeks ago to cover this story. The way they decide to cover the story, by the way, is on their website, and they say, in newly uncovered footage of John Fetterman. Newly uncovered footage? Our episode on him, our interview with him, has been public on YouTube since July 2021. In newly uncovered footage? What the hell does that mean, Daily Wire? What the hell does that mean? Okay, beyond that, John Fetterman gets asked if he supports LGBTQ education being mandatory in all public and private schools. John Fetterman answered my question, but they titled their article with my quote. They say, John Fetterman supports LGBTQ rights being mandatory in all schools. No, what John Fetterman actually said in that video was that he supports opinions from all walks of life being open in education. He answered my question, but he also didn't say my exact words. He didn't say those exact words. He's always been a supporter, but you're making up wild claims about this man using my quotes. Weirdly, they say John Fetterman was interviewed by Powered by Rainbows in July of 2021. Well, then you're not uncovering new footage, are you? Again, why are you saying this, Daily Wire? You know? Whatever. But then they link, in their article, they link to my full episode. Now, if you're a hate group, just putting it out there, why are you linking to the people you despise the most in pro-love groups like us? What? Makes no sense. And secondly, if this is newly obtained footage, why are you linking to Powered by Rainbows, a channel you must know doesn't agree with you? Like, what? And you know this entire video is basically just an endorsement of his candidacy, so why are you linking to us? Oh wait, you're linking because you want your audience members to come to my channel and just send a bunch of hate our way. Weird. So we changed the settings of that video so that we have to approve of every single comment coming in. Only a couple hundred people ever came, by the way, Daily Wire. Most of them were pro-LGBT. Most of them don't agree with you, by the way. So I'm glad your viewers don't even agree with you, Daily Wire. Weird. In the article, they also cite a certain section where they're like, what did they say? 70% of, they said specifically, Daily Wire did a survey, and 70% of our viewers say that they don't agree with LGBTQ education being mandatory in all public and private schools. Okay, first off, that's not a survey of all Americans. Okay? Secondly, you're admitting that 70% of your own hate group's followers agree with you. But by saying that, you're also saying and admitting to the fact that 30% of your own viewers and your own subscribers don't agree with you. What? At least 99.9% of our viewers agree that science is real and trans people are valid and gay people are born with the sexuality they have. At least our viewers believe in science and history and, reality. So, okay. Weird. But we've been covered by them. We've been covered by other hate groups. I've been called a pedophile online, which is always good to hear. Not sarcastically, I'm saying, sorry. But I've been called things online. We've gone after them legally. And the sad part about that is YouTube doesn't do great at this. When you report someone for calling you a pedophile, YouTube doesn't really have a great process to take their video down. So we have to go other routes with lawyers and court systems and a lot of fun. Really expensive, by the way. So this year we've spent more money than we've ever thought we would have to spend on legal fees. Trademarking Powered by Rainbows, Professor Pride, and copywriting as many things as we possibly can is far more expensive than you can imagine. It's thousands of dollars. Not joking. And that's just to protect the work that we have, our brand, and our name. That's so these hate groups of the world can't make a video about us and say that we're pedophiles for just teaching education. That's so people can't use our name and defame us or try to deplatform us. All things that have happened this year that we've had to protect against. It's been a very long journey and it's been very expensive. As much as we might say there's a recession going on right now, advertisers aren't as friendly, YouTube has been breaking promises and lying to us and trying to compete against TikTok. Meanwhile, TikTok is being more friendly to longer form creators. I don't care. YouTube still is the number one platform on the internet. Why are you trying to compete against the number 5 or 6 platform? It doesn't make sense to me. But all I know is that we were promised certain things and we built a business around this. We built a lot of things around this. We had tens of thousands of dollars in expenses building this very studio. We had thousands upon thousands of dollars in security equipment added to our apartment because we know the kind of people that are after us, that are after our show, that send bomb threats to us weekly. YouTube, you have a lot of problems. One of which is you allow hate groups to send us death threats every week. And yet, your biggest problem that you can think of is, well, we gotta push YouTube Shorts a little bit more so our content creators get less revenue. That's your biggest worry right now. It's frustrating. It's a monumental task to keep an operation like this running. And over the past year, we've hid a lot of our feelings publicly. Because I don't want the people that hate on us to think that this is because of them somehow. No. Your video that got 5 views, it doesn't really matter to us. Calling me evil in your thumbnail, I don't care. It's funny. It's hilarious to watch, actually. When my boyfriend and I need a laugh, we'll like scroll for Professor Pride or Power Rainbows or something. It's funny. But okay, hate groups. You have a little tiny bit of views. Meanwhile, we have a lot. And we're on this platform. We're trying to do good things in the world. And we're being brought down, or hurt, I should say. We're wounded by the broken promises of YouTube, by the recession, and from event organizers who try to sabotage the vendors that don't pay high enough rates. It has nothing to do with hate groups. I mean, hate groups, don't get me wrong, have sort of taken over YouTube, and they're the only thing growing on YouTube right now, but no. It's not the fault of any hate group or hate person covering us. A lot of things are stacked against PBR right now, and sadly, YouTube is one of them. So we've been trying to figure out what to do. And so we decided, hey, let's do a little survey. Let's ask you guys what you want us to do. And so you came to us and you said, 95% of you, I want to say, from what I remember in the survey, 95% of you said that you want us to expand beyond LGBTQ topics. Okay. So we did. We tried to do, my boyfriend actually came up with this idea. Fantastic idea, Michael. We did what's called Nutter News. In Nutter News. People think it's weird, but his name is Mr. Nutter Butters. He's our puppet squirrel, and he covers the news every Monday morning. So we try to expand beyond LGBTQ topics. About 50% of the people that comment on those videos say how cute Mr. Nutter Butters is and how they love getting their news this way. The other 50% don't like it. They say, how dare you expand beyond LGBTQ topics? How dare you cover news with a squirrel? It was never meant to be a serious news show, by the way. I mean, there's literally an episode of Nutter News that's all about nuts of the world, and Mr. Nutter Butters gets drenched on by nuts, and he, just gets, swims in a pool of nuts. It's not a serious news show. We've been commented that, how dare we cover the death of Queen Elizabeth with a puppet squirrel. If you want a serious news show, BBC exists. I've worked for BBC in the past. I know it's a serious news show. They're a good program. Okay, but you don't like a squirrel. So, we're trying to change up our content, but we don't want to get away from what we've already done. We've built a platform that you guys enjoy, and we don't want to get away from that too much, but we do want to expand because you tell us that you want that. You've told us to expand, so we want to expand. I don't always want to get in front of a camera and talk about LGBTQ topics every single week. I love it, don't get me wrong, I love helping people with that, but there's other issues in the world that we need to address too. I'm not saying specifically we're going to cover these, but There's climate change, there's world wars going on, there's a bunch of really crappy things in the world, guys. And one of the biggest hopes I have is actually from that same survey. A good majority of you want to go into government, education, and healthcare. That's incredible. Like, can you think how amazing that is, guys? I mean, a majority of you want to go into government and change the laws that we have to be more friendly to LGBTQ people and equal to all. A large percentage of you want to go into education and help the next generation know how normal it is to be LGBTQ. A big percentage of you want to go into healthcare and provide gender-affirming care to others. Like, do you have any idea how incredible that feels as the host and the founder of this show? Like, to know that not only do we have 7 million people watching, but a majority of you want to go on and help other people. 7 million of you want to help other people. Like, to say that our show has changed the world, we've changed the world forever going forward. I won't ever live to see the effects, the full effects of what we've done here. It is the most surreal feeling you can ever have. That is why our team members volunteer and help us make this every week. That's why they spend hours every week helping us do this. They spend their talents writing and researching and finding the best information and the most credible resources we can find. They spend hours reaching out to professors and scientists, and like a lot of you don't know, when we cover a topic, if we mention a professor or a head of a survey or a study done, chances are we've reached out to them and personally gotten help from them in making our episode. It's spending all those talents for a good cause. And that is why we have the platform we have. And I'm so grateful for that. But it's weird in times like this when YouTube breaks enough promises and organizations lie to us to a certain extent, too much, I should say. And we're left in a position where we need your help. And so we've been wondering for months how to get help. Should we launch a new store that offers merchandise for less money? Should we offer a GoFundMe to help us raise enough capital to get through the season? Should we, ask for super chats on our live chat? No, by the way. If you send $10 through a super chat, YouTube takes $3 of that off the top. Because YouTube's greedy. Should we ask small businesses to sponsor us? Overwhelmingly, you have said in the audience that you would be open to that in the future. So that's something we're open to. We would love to take sponsors on. But small businesses are being hurt right now by a terrible economy. Mostly because of the pandemic 2 years ago. We're just now feeling the economic stresses of that pandemic. So we get it. We're in a hard spot too. But now we're asking for help because we need it. there is no certain time of when we're going to run out of money. We don't have that available today. It's not like we're going to go bankrupt tonight. But I will say, if you want to keep seeing LGBTQ education and resources being provided on a weekly basis, we need help financially. We cannot operate like we're operating now. YouTube keeps asking for more content no matter how many videos we provide. We can provide 35 videos a month and YouTube is not happy. YouTube still wants more. No production company on earth can keep up with that. And so here we are. We're asking for help because we need your donations and we need your support more than ever. YouTube wants to punish us for not creating shorts, but our content isn't right for shorts. We provide education. You cannot provide an education lesson in 1 minute or less. We've asked you, the funny part is we've asked you in our survey, we asked, hey, what length of videos would you like us to create? Out of 1,400 and some odd respondents to that survey, every one of you, everyone said you want episodes between 5 minutes or above. A couple of you said you want us to create 3 episodes a week that are 45 minutes long. That's not going to happen. That's completely not realistic production-wise. Documentaries are very hard to make. But zero. I'm not even talking a statistical zero of like 0.001%. No, I'm saying 0 people said they want our content to be 1 minute or less, and 0 people said they want our content to be 3 minutes or less. By the way, the reason we were asking that is because YouTube Shorts are 1 minute or less, and TikTok videos are 3 minutes or less. 0 of you want our content to be on TikTok. 0 of you want our content to be on YouTube Shorts. 0. And yet YouTube wants to punish us for not making YouTube Shorts. Thanks, YouTube. Again, thanks for your broken promises and for your spiteful ways because you want to compete against TikTok. It's so difficult to handle YouTube right now because every time we reach out to our contacts and ask them, hey, look at our data here. We're seeing this trend. Can you help us? They keep coming back with answers like, well, you need to make better thumbnails. What do you want us to do about it? You need to make better content. What do you want us to do about it? You need to make more videos and put out daily episodes. Who can do that, YouTube? I'm just going to put this in context. The people that you think can do that. What's required to do that is a 50-person team working full-time. That kind of operation cost millions of dollars. Meanwhile, YouTube is paying us about $2 an hour right now that we're actually working, not $2 an hour 24/7. So like, if I'm only getting paid $2 an hour, how can I afford to get employees? How can I afford to hire editors to help me or writers to make my episodes for me? How can I do that? And that's why we're like, you know what? I never wanted to be here, but we're asking for your help. And so that's what today is all about. A lot of things led up to this point where we're asking for your help, but we can really use it right now. So again, YouTube takes a 30% cut of any super chat you give us. So if you want to make a donation to our organization and help us provide weekly LGBTQ education and resources in the future, please click on the link below or the link pinned in the live chat over there right now. It is to our link tree, and you can find multiple links on how you can donate to our organization through PayPal, through getting some merchandise from pbrmerchstore.com. You can donate to us through Ko-fi, or become a member on Patreon, or a member on other platforms. Becoming a member, you get to see exclusive behind-the-scenes content every week, bloopers and outtakes. You get to see behind-the-scenes photographs, and you get your name listed at the end of every episode. It's really, really cool. But that's one of the ways you can help support us in the future. I know for a lot of people, they don't have a credit card, or you don't have access to one. It's perfectly fine. We understand. If you can share our episodes safely, and if you can subscribe safely to our channel, we do ask that you share or subscribe to our channel, or both. But we also understand some people are still closeted and they can't subscribe publicly, or they can't share our videos on social media. We understand. In the past, it's funny. I will say it's been weird the past couple months with everything bad going on and stuff that I explained before. Your comments have been the only thing that's been holding me through. I've been stressed out like crazy over how are we going to afford keeping this studio running. I know it cost a good $20,000 a year to run this operation. That's not a small price tag. And when you have those kind of expenses, it stresses on your mind quite a bit. So your comments have been holding me through. Today, like I said, you're going to see some music, some speeches, some awesome other people that work at the show. And I hope you enjoy this full broadcast. But I wanted to start it off with telling you why we are doing this in the first place, why we are asking for money, and your kind donations, why we are doing a telethon at all. A lot of people thought YouTube was a lot kinder to us this summer than they are. People think with the 90s, I've heard people, funny, I've heard people who look at our 97,000 subscribers and they honestly believe that we get $1 a year from each subscriber that YouTube has. Like, it's a theory that we get paid $97,000 a year. That doesn't happen at all. I will say some channels get paid that. Some channels, if you're talking about business strategies and investments or travel videos, or you're a vlogger, or you're a tech tips video channel, or you're in electronics or anything like that, you're getting paid close to that, if not more, because of merchandise especially. But our operation, no. LGBTQ creators, I haven't spoken to creators like Jimmy Dodger or other ones that I know you guys are subscribed to. I haven't spoken to them, but I've spoken to enough LGBTQ creators at this point to know that we're paid 1/5 of any other channel, no matter how small. So that's kind of nice to know. Hate channels typically get about 3 or 4 times what we get per view. Thanks, YouTube. It's always good. The numbers are just wonderful. And I know what you're saying, Matt, how do you sleep at night? I don't. I work 24/7 on this. There's a lot of dates that I go on with my boyfriend where in the past couple of months, he's paid a lot and been extremely understanding. And we'll talk about the show. Every night one of our rituals that we have since we moved in has been every night before we go to bed, we spend about an hour or up to 3 hours talking every night with each other. Talking about what stresses us and talking about work or whatever it is we want to talk about. Talk about world issues, talk about telling each other stories from our past or what's happened that day. Overwhelmingly, I talk about the show and what stresses me and what can I possibly do. YouTube, time and time again, has sent me emails telling me it's my fault, telling me I need to make more videos, I need to do this, I need to do that. Well, YouTube, if you want me to make more videos a month, how about you share some revenue with us and help us do that? It's easy. Just fix your algorithm. Don't push YouTube Shorts as much. Try not to compete against a platform that's whooping your ass on every front. Because that's the thing. Even if you win and you somehow get rid of TikTok, YouTube platform is forever changed now. And the long form viewers that want longer episodes, longer videos, are they ever going to come back? Are they ever going to watch your videos ever again? And by the way, just this weekend, the main reason why we said, you know what, enough's enough, let's do a telethon, is because YouTube changed again. YouTube, about a month ago, said we're going to test out on larger creators this new program where we're going to put up to 5 unskippable ads before a video. 5 unskippable 30-second ads before a video. So you have to watch 2.5 minutes of advertisements before you get to any video. And they're like, don't worry, we're just testing it out. Just like you tested out YouTube Shorts months ago. But here we are. So you flooded the market with YouTube Shorts on the platform, and now you're trying to figure out for your investors how you're going to pay for that. And so your answer to that is just put more ads on longer form content. Just take it away from longer form content creators. We can't dare touch the YouTube Shorts revenue. We can't dare touch those creators because we might actually lose to TikTok. Come on. TikTok doesn't abide by copyright law, trademark law, or any law in the book because they're based in China. You're not going to win against them. Okay? It's not going to happen. But they tested out this platform. And weirdly, Google saw it worked. Kudos to them. So this past weekend, Saturday night of last week now, you might have noticed a change. YouTube now universally implemented this new policy where every monetized video on the on any channel, whether they're a part of the YouTube Partner Program and they have over 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time, or if they're not monetized channel, doesn't matter. If a video exists on YouTube, YouTube implemented this policy where you might see 5 to 10 unskippable ads before you watch a video. They've promised, as part of their press release, that they're going to only make it up to 6-second videos. In other words, okay, so if I have to watch 10 6-second videos, that's 60 seconds. That's 1 minute. Okay, I can watch 1 minute of advertising before I watch a 10-20 minute long episode. Great. Just wait for it. It gets so much better. The rabbit hole here is just starting. So, that's what they promised. Now, millions of people worldwide have noticed they haven't kept that promise. They are seeing up to 30-second advertisements unskippable. So that means you might have to watch 5 full minutes of advertisements unskippable before you watch any video on YouTube. 5 minutes. No one's gonna go for that. So they've promised, okay, but if you watch these advertisements before you watch an episode or a video by a creator, you won't get any mid-roll ads. So while you're watching one of our episodes, you won't be interrupted with an advertisement and then come back to our content right where you left off, like a commercial break. You won't get that. Well, millions of people have said otherwise. YouTube's like, that's not happening, but their users are like, it is. Okay, great job, YouTube. So, content creators, large and small, what you don't know behind the scenes is a majority of the ad revenue that you get is from mid-roll ads. Basically, here's how it works. If you watch a video, an advertisement, before one of our episodes, we get 30% of the ad revenue off of that advertisement. 70% goes to YouTube. If you're watching one of our episodes and you get interrupted with an advertisement, suddenly we get a larger portion, up to 60% of that, and YouTube gets down to 40% of that. So creators are like, wait a minute, we make a majority of our ad revenue off of mid-roll ads. We don't get barely anything off of pre-roll ads and pre-advertisements. So you're telling me that this whole program of up to 10 unskippable ads before a video is so that people don't get interrupted with mid-roll ads anymore. Basically, that means that you're trying to take all of our revenue away. So YouTube is like, don't worry about it. Content creators can go through all of their videos individually and opt out of mid-roll ads on that individual video and only go for pre-roll ads. So that way you get a bigger portion of the cut. So you mean to tell me I have to go through 700 videos individually of my own and opt out of these things individually? That would take weeks. Larger creators like Good Mythical Morning and others would have to go through, 4,000 or 5,000 videos and do this individually? Are you kidding me? But don't worry, in a month or two, they're going to change that. And you're going to have to do it all again and change it back. They're so nice. Meanwhile, YouTube Shorts are unaffected. Isn't that so nice of them? So you can watch as many shorts as you want and get an advertisement. One advertisement every 5 to 10 videos that you watch. Meanwhile, longer form content creators, like us, you now have to watch 10 up to 30-second ads unskippable before you watch anything. In other words, you're killing off all long-form content. In other words, YouTube doesn't want longer-form content. Now, we've been asked, why aren't we going to another platform? I don't know. We have nearly 100,000 subscribers here. We've been nominated as, we're going to find out later this month if we won it or not. We've been nominated as Best LGBTQ Web Series here on YouTube. It would be a shame to let all of this work go and to move to a different platform and have to start all over again. It would be a shame. But if YouTube doesn't want us to be here, we don't want to be here. If YouTube is killing us by putting 10 ads before all of our videos that we don't get a majority of the revenue anyway, what are we supposed to do? Like, time and time again this summer, YouTube has put out, I think, 10 updates or so this summer to their platform, and all of them have hurt longer form content creators. None of them have helped. So what are we supposed to do? I think that was the final straw, and why we decided to host a telethon and ask for your help. So please, if you want to keep seeing weekly LGBTQ education and resources from our channel, we need your help. I've never asked for your help before financially, but I am now. And depending on how it goes in the future, we might need help again. But all I know is we are wounded right now from a lot of broken promises and a lot of sabotage and a lot of policies at YouTube that decided they're going to hurt 99% of their content creators in an effort to compete against another program called TikTok that was never competition to them to begin with. So that's where we're at right now, and we need your help. So please, if you can, there's a link in the description down below. Please donate what you can. We would highly appreciate it. Every single dollar goes to helping build more LGBTQ education and resources in the future, helps us pay for this operation, helps us in the future. I guarantee you every dollar will be wisely spent and overseen by our entire executive team. Nothing gets spent here at PBR without our entire team signing off on it. But yeah, we need your help. So we would greatly appreciate that, and we hope you enjoy the telethon today. I know this is a longer welcome address than most, but I wanted to explain to you why we're doing this, because I know there's going to be people out there, especially the younger viewers, who don't understand what cost of living is, or they might get paid a $10 allowance and wonder, why am I spending $20,000 a year to make a TV show? Because it's expensive, guys. Imagine your allowance times 1,000,000. That's what it costs. An entire year of your allowance is what we go through in a month. So, yeah, just understand that we don't like asking for help, but we're at that point, and we sincerely appreciate every dollar we can get. Anyone who donates today, we will hopefully come up with a way, our team is working on it as we speak, to thank you all individually. We want to, if you donate through PayPal, we're hopefully going to be able to If you provide an email address, we could probably send you an email of thanks. If you provide your name, we could make a video thanking all of you in a list or some sort of things like that. So as you're watching, let us know in the comments of the live chat what you want us to do. And yeah, hopefully we can help and thank you in whatever way that you want, whatever way that you kind of come up with a consensus on amongst yourselves. So thank you so much for any donations so far. And please, as you're watching the rest of this broadcast, don't be afraid to go in the comments of this video. There is a link to our link tree in our pinned comment. There's a pinned comment on the video, and there is a link in the description of this episode. So you can find our link tree and find all those links to donate through PayPal, get PBR merchandise, get all of our books, all that kind of stuff, all linked down below. So with all that said, let's enjoy the rest of the broadcast. And now we're going to, I believe, go to one of our other hosts.
Hi everybody, I'm Michael from Powered by Rainbows. You may remember me from some award-winning videos like the Casimir Pulaski video. I'm just coming to you today because Matt asked me to come on here and just explain to you the need for the videos that he provides. So we did actually see some information from the where these videos are shown, and a lot of these videos are shown. A lot of Matt's videos are shown in various homophobic countries, places where it's dangerous to be LGBTQ. For example, like Russia, I believe even Iran, a few places like that. So it is important to those types of people that may not get that information any other time or from any other sources. And I just wanted to say we have a lot of ideas. We come up with a lot of different things that we would love to do. The problem is we just don't have the funding a lot of times to carry out some of the things. YouTube has basically incentivized its creators to make very short videos. And as most of you know, Matt's videos don't really work that way. Because the stuff that he talks about isn't really like a minute or less. It's generally 20 minutes, 15 minutes. We like to take deep dives into things so that we could go over the stuff. And honestly, I would like to do more. I would like to do more history sort of stuff. But again, that does require some research and we have to come up with graphics, things like that. So if you are able to donate, we would definitely appreciate it. If you're not, we understand that too. But if you can, please feel free to be generous. We definitely appreciate that, and it very much helps with the content that we're producing. Okay, and if you, what am I supposed to say? I forget the part. Oh, there's also a link down below. Click on it. There's Mr. Nutterbutter's merchandise. My favorite. But yeah, if you guys could donate, we would definitely appreciate it, because I would like to get some soundproofing on this room so I don't have to listen to Jimmy and Mr. Nutterbutter's bitch constantly. The two of them just keep going at it, like constant. It aggravates me. So, thank you. Have a good day.
This past weekend, we were scheduled to give a speech at the Art in the Park event for Domestic Violence Awareness Month for the Schuylkill Hope Center. That event was sadly canceled due to Hurricane Ivan making its way up the eastern coast of the United States. Instead, we decided to give that speech here today, and we hope you enjoy. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matt Haslam from the TV show Powered by Rainbows. But like they said, I'm much better known online as Professor Pride. Before we get started, I wanted to thank the Schuylkill Hope Center for inviting me here today and for hosting this incredible event for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. For a lot of people, art is simply a painting like the Mona Lisa or a sculpture like the Statue of David. These paintings or sculptures rest in museums or galleries, and we interpret them in our own unique ways. For others like myself, art is filmmaking and telling a story to an audience. For example, one of the stories I tell my audience online is the man who painted the Mona Lisa, Leonardo da Vinci, and the man who sculpted the Statue of David, Michelangelo. They were both very gay men. But that's just one of the many true stories we tell on our show every week, because history books in school refuse to teach kids how normal being gay, bisexual, or transgender are. For all my life, I've been a storyteller. I started off writing country music songs, another form of art that helped me overcome depression as a child. I would write songs about bullies in school, and the ability to tell these stories was cathartic for me. Back 21 years ago, I never thought getting my first camera for Christmas that year would lead me to telling stories to millions of people around the world today. Back then, friends, family members, and every adult I can talk to all had the same message, that I was never going to make it as a country music star. To be fair, they were kind of right. I'm not Taylor Swift. But my passion took a new direction over those years. Back then, I wasn't surrounded with 30 of the most highly qualified educators, researchers, and writers, nor did I have all the professional filmmaking gear we have now today. All I had was a camera that would record to VHS tapes and an editing program on my family computer called Windows Movie Maker. It took weeks to edit my first video, and I'm proud to say that video was a spoof of CSI. Only in my version, the victim was a smashed pumpkin, because props were massively expensive and special effects were unheard of in Movie Maker. I got 2 shop lights from Lowe's or Home Depot. Whichever one is willing to sponsor this episode, we'll leave in the video. But that's just how all of us artists start off. I get asked all the time by kids who want to make films, what is the first step? Artists will tell me they're not any good at painting or playing music yet. But do you really think that Spielberg started off with $1 million films? No. So this is how artists start off their careers. We start with the bare essentials and spend most of our free time working on perfecting our skills. When you don't have the best camera money could buy, your talents running a camera have to make up for the difference. When you don't have the best easel or materials, your talents have to make up for the difference. The truth is, the audience at home doesn't care if you have the best equipment. They just want to see a great product or be told a great story. There's no excuses you can give them to make them want to watch or buy. That's why being an artist is so difficult, because there's so much time, effort, and talent that goes into perfecting the art forms we choose. So as you're walking around here today, you're not buying the paint or the canvas. Instead, you're paying for the artist's time and talents. It's why art has a higher price tag than overly manufactured items you can find in a big box store. But our world puts little value on any artwork. Whenever someone says they want to be an artist, adults tell them to get a real job or have a more realistic dream. Even when artists go out and try to start a career, they're told to spend years of their life working for experience or exposure. That truly never comes. It's such a big problem in the art and entertainment industry that I wrote my first ever book all about it, called Treble Soul. The truth is, while our world might not value the artist nearly enough, we need the artwork they create. Without it, you wouldn't have museums, galleries, movies, television, radio, or anything else to entertain your weekend with. So art is one of the greatest things on earth. It can break down political barriers. It can break through different languages or religious beliefs. It can make us see past the color of someone else's skin. Help us not even notice the person someone loves is the same gender, or see past the binary world we live in. 21 years ago, if you told me that art has the power to bring people together, I truly don't know if I could believe you back then. After all, there were so many skeptics filling my life back then that I thought, if anything, art tore people apart. But for the past 6 years now, I've watched the worst homophobes and transphobes learn how to slightly do better. I've watched them have civil conversations with those they don't agree with the most in my comment section. Sure, there are still bad people in the world, but I've watched the world get slightly less bad than it used to be. Surely, if we were to talk about how art brings people from all walks of life together, there would be no greater example than this event today. Art in the park brought all of us together for a common goal of ending domestic violence and the stigma associated with it. It's crazy to think that something as simple as art would have this amazing power to not just bring people together, but to bring a person back together too. I told you that 21 years ago, I started making films and writing songs. It's funny to look back to the first ever song I wrote and tell people it was all about a deer getting hit by a car and going to deer heaven. Needless to say, it was a very weird song to write and perform. Ever since then, the films and the songs I wrote got better and better until I was telling stories of breakups and bullies at school. For me, art was the way I told stories to the audience and the world. But it was also a way for me to tell these stories to myself and hopefully convince myself that I would be okay again. If I could tell the story to other people, I can get over whatever it was I was going through. Many years ago now, I relied on other people telling their personal stories to random strangers on the internet, on this website called YouTube. It was thanks to those stories and their artwork that helped me know I wasn't alone. So after I came out as gay, I decided to join these filmmakers and make my own short films and videos for the internet, telling kids my journey and telling them it gets better. I started dating shortly after that. Now, for some of you that are not LGBTQ, you might think that's weird to start dating at 25 years old. But for those in the community, it's sadly normal, thanks to the endless discrimination we receive when we're younger from our parents and teachers. That's one of the reasons I actually wrote and illustrated my own children's book called Shadow's First Christmas, to help people stop this endless discrimination on our kids. But the point is, I started dating and trying to find someone to share the rest of my life with. Although I won't share his name here, my first boyfriend was someone I thought I cared for deeply. It wasn't until a few dates into our relationship that I started telling him how much I cared for him. Without knowing what it meant at the time, I would tell him, "I love you," and he would always reply saying how ugly I was. About a month after becoming boyfriends, he started hitting me and pushing me to the asphalt outside of his house every time I tried to kiss him goodnight. I had bruises all over my body for weeks that I never told anyone about. I kept taking pictures of the bruises, thinking that if it ever goes too far, I could always turn them into the police and they would handle it. But I never sought help from the police and spent 3 months with him before breaking up. The sad truth is, I was far from alone. Less than 5% of LGBTQ people who survive domestic violence seek help from the authorities because the police are not trained on how to handle domestic violence in same-sex couples. And worse yet, we often feel like we're harming the community by speaking out publicly about our experiences. Our world is slowly making progress in accepting LGBTQ people, but if I spoke up about a boy being abusive to me, as an outspoken leader of our community, I feared others thinking that our whole community was just as bad as this one boy was to me. Worst of all, I thought if I broke up with him, that my family would hate me. I told them I was gay just 6 months before this, and now that I had a boyfriend, I wanted to break up with him. Maybe they would feel like I tried being gay and it just wasn't for me. So I stayed with an abusive partner much longer than I had to, or should have, until I had enough evidence to show them this man was not like the rest of the community, and show them the true reason for breaking up with him. Eventually, I would share my story with my audience online, and overwhelmingly, I saw support of so many people just like me, who survived such a horrible partner. Once again, filmmaking and art were bringing thousands of people together who would normally never speak to one another if they walked by each other on the sidewalk. But thanks to those videos, I found myself in the middle of a support group. The best part of sharing that story online was watching law enforcement ask how they could do better to help same-sex couples, and reading comments from straight viewers, learning that while domestic violence is not normal in the LGBTQ community, they learned that it can happen in any type of relationship. Years after that whole ordeal, I would go on another first date, and this time, I truly understood what it meant to care for someone and have them love me the same in return. Without the art and filmmaking years before, I often wonder if I could have dated another person ever again. Or would that domestic violence experience have robbed me from meeting my true love someday? I'm lucky to say that man running our cameras here today and helping me at our booth is the love of my life, named Michael. And from saying that, you can likely guess that he is one of the 30 amazing people who help make our TV show possible every week. Together, we can make another piece of art 3 times every week. And our 700 episodes so far get to serve as a gallery for people to enjoy and interpret. I'm proud to say my team has forever changed the way our education system works. And we wrote an entire class for teachers on how to be more LGBTQ friendly in their schools. We built resources for employers to ensure their workers are safe, and we built a website where kids can be themselves in a safe space. Without art, filmmaking, music, writing, photography, graphic design, and the amazing talents of every single one of our team members coming together every week, none of that would be possible. I can't tell you the world is all perfect now, but I can tell you that it's slightly better than it used to be. And like I said in the beginning, that's the whole point of art in the first place. I know some kids here today or watching at home might be hearing from your parents or teachers to set more realistic goals, or you might be told that being an artist is not a real job. But after 21 years of this being my passion and career, and after years watching friends make the most incredible artwork, music, films, write powerful stories, or capture breathtaking photographs, believe me that this is a real job. And when others tell you to set more realistic goals, why not set your sights on a completely realistic goal of changing the world for the better? I can tell you from first-hand experience, that goal is completely worth chasing, and changing the world is possible. I started my show with a camera in the basement of my house, but now that show is broadcast in 82 countries, 19 of which ban the exact education that we provide. It's translated into 29 languages and seen by millions of people worldwide. More than 650,000 of our viewers want to someday work for their governments. They want to change the laws and bring equality to their countries. Another million of them want to someday be teachers and help the next generation know how normal it is to be LGBTQIA. And over 780,000 of them want to go into healthcare and provide gender-affirming care. Like I said, one piece of art can change the world. It doesn't matter if you have the best camera or paintbrush. All you have to do is start painting and start telling a story. It doesn't matter if that story is about a smashed pumpkin. And it doesn't matter if you have a puppet squirrel named Mr. Nutterbutters telling people the news every Monday morning. You can still win Best TV Show for 3 years in a row now by doing exactly that. And you can help millions of people along the way. So once again, I would like to thank the Schuylkill Hope Center for inviting me here today and for hosting this amazing day in the park. If you want to learn more about our show, you can visit us at ProfessorPride.com or check us out on YouTube. We would love to have you join us either way. But as I end all of our weekly episodes, I am your host, Professor Pride. Thank you all so much for watching. Have a gay day, everyone, and bye for now. Well, howdy, y'all. My name is Jimmy the Giraffe, and I'm here today from the great state of Florida. And I am one of the new hosts here at Powered by Rainbows. And according to my contractual agreements that I signed, but I didn't know what I was quite reading, I have to introduce myself to y'all. So, hi, I'm Jimmy, and I'm a giraffe. I don't know what else to say. Do I have to say more? Oh, crap. So, I come to you from Florida. We have a governor down there named Mr. Ron DeSantis. God bless his little soul. And he has banned all education. He banned math, science, history, literature, reading, anything. He banned it all. Good for him. You know what? Good for him. Okay? The only thing he didn't ban was talking about how amazing MAGA is. Okay? How amazing that Trump guy is. Okay? That's what we know. And then I come up here because Hurricane Ian took my entire house out, okay? And I don't know how much you know about giraffes, but we're very tall, okay? So I had a very tall house. It did not survive the hurricane, okay? So then I come up here to Pennsylvania. A big change, by the way. A long, long trip, okay? I come up here. I'm very hungry. And then I start chowing down on a tree, okay? That's all I'm going to say. It was a tree, and it was the middle of a park, and it is not my fault, okay? It is not my fault. Then I come to find out the co-host of the show I'm supposed to be hosting starting next week lives in the tree, okay? He lives in the same tree that I just ate. I ate all the leaves. I was hungry. It was a long trip, man. Okay? And he lives in it. So now he's mad at me. And now every time in our dressing rooms, he's like freaking the hell out at me because I ate a tree, okay? How was I supposed to learn manners, okay? We got rid of home economics like years ago down there, okay? So how am I supposed to know that, okay? But then I got here. And then I come to find out my new show is on this channel called Powered by Rainbows. And Powered by Rainbows provides weekly LGBTQ education and resources for all of the community. Literally everyone to learn science, math, history, literature, all these things that Ron DeSantis has banned. Literally. Oh my God. Oh my God. So, then I have to be on this show for 2 years because that's my contract, okay? I have to teach you guys the stuff that Ron DeSantis has banned. And because of this thing called freedom of speech, we're allowed to teach you these things that Ron thinks is bad. Now, I'm just going to put it out there. Ron has a very low IQ, okay? But we get to teach you the things that they ban down there in Florida because of him. So, here's where we ask for your kind southern help. Okay? We need your help to make this TV show, to provide the education that Ron DeSantis has banned. We need to provide the education, and that way our next generation never gets as dumb as Ron DeSantis. God bless his soul. Okay? And that way, giraffe houses will survive. Hopefully. Plus, we want to teach you about they teach you about climate change up here. What? Then I come up here and Mr. Nutterbutters, while he's yelling at me for eating his damn tree, he's telling me that the only reason this hurricane came was because of this thing called climate change. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And he's like, oh boy, do I have a story for you. And then like 5 hours later, I'm just sitting there like, oh. But anyway, we need your help for this show. We need to provide more LGBTQ education that Ron DeSantis has banned, okay? We need to provide this education because the schools won't teach you this stuff, people, okay? The schools don't want you to know how love is love and how there's millions of genders and how the whole LGBTQ community is just filled with love. I've learned that in the past week when I got here. I was told y'all are evil. Y'all are lovely people, okay? Ron DeSantis told me y'all are evil people and you like spit fire, okay? And then I get up here and you're like, oh, hello, giraffe. And everyone has been so nice to me. Everyone but Mr. Reginald and Mr. Nutterbutters because I ate the damn tree. Everyone. Y'all are so nice. So please be nice to us. And by the way, there's a link in the description of this video, apparently. You can help us make this TV show and help us get around that Ron DeSantis education that I used to have and help us provide more education to more parts of the world. Please. So click the link below and donate what you can. Also, if you happen to know where a tree is in another park that I can eat the branches off of, I would love to know because I really want to get Mr. Nutterbutters off my butt. Okay? Please.
The world's gone to shit outside, so we'll just pretend and hide. I was in your arms tonight. Forgive me for calling you and talking for an hour or two, but you turned my gray skies to blue. 'Cause sometimes reality fucking blows, and hearing your voice makes me feel less alone. If you were here, you'd make it easy to get through. So please don't blame me for loving you. We've had a pretty shit day, so I scream for dinner, I say, Scooby-Doo and cuddle the night away. Screw your boss and whole job too, your love's lying next to you. Think of all the loving we can get into. And sometimes reality fucking blows, and your kisses make me feel less alone. And I'm here to make it easy to get through. So please don't blame me for loving you. I don't wanna jump wanna settle down. 'Cause sometimes reality fucking blows, and you're the only one to make my heart feel whole. And with you I know it's easy to get through. So please don't blame me for loving you. Yeah, please don't blame me for loving you. So I hope you're enjoying our Telethon 2022. And just as a simple reminder, we do have a link in the description of this episode, so you can help us make this TV show possible every single week, and help us bring more LGBTQ education to students worldwide. One of the very cool parts of my job is I get to tell stories, and a lot of times you see those stories as just educational episodes, but every once in a while we get to tell a story from a different perspective through music. And all the songs you're hearing today are all original songs of mine, but this one tells a different side of my personal life more than any other song. It's called They Saw the Truth. Gathered in black ties to show they always cared, but all you needed was some time when you asked who was there. They wrote hearts in the comments and cards they bought on the drive, thinking somehow their love now will make the world seem fine. But they saw you try and try again for it to work. They saw you love your heart out until it finally burst. And they saw the bad guys win the game for time, and they saw the truth when you said that you were fine. They knew you were jealous, but they couldn't see why. Hard work put in, the reward should make you cry. They complained in the comments when you complained for too long, and they criticize your voice now when you sing a sad song. Saw you try and try again for it to work. They saw you love your heart out until it finally burst. And they saw the bad guys win the game for a million times. And they saw the truth when you said that you were fine. See the pain of watching bad guys yell fake news as your building was crumbling, knowing karma was past due. And they couldn't see it all of how lonely your done so much good now, knowing karma still hates us. They saw you try and try again for it to work. They saw you love your heart out until it finally burst. They saw the bad guys win the game for the millionth time, and they saw the truth when you said that you were fine. And they saw the truth when you said that you were fine. Yes, they saw the truth when you said that you were fine. And they saw the truth when you lied and you lied. Alrighty. So, this next song is one I wrote a couple years ago, all about the ending of my last relationship, before I met the love of my life, Michael. And it's kind of funny now looking back, because I did find a different, better person, and I did find a different shade of blue. We're moving in together in the mid-July weather, but I don't wanna be moving in. And we'll go see Niagara and maybe next Jamaica, but I don't wanna be traveling. So maybe you could have told me, baby, that I love you, maybe on a different moon and maybe in a different shade of blue. We'll get married someday, promise all of our always, but I don't wanna be promising not to you. We'll go to bed and fall asleep, we'll see each other in our dreams, but I don't wanna be sleeping. Maybe you could have pushed me up against the wall now, taking me down roads you know I've never been down. And maybe on a different moon and maybe in a different shade of blue. Maybe in a different shade of blue. Maybe blueprints on paper get torn apart. Sometimes blueprints on paper get torn apart, and sometimes hard decisions are made inside of our hearts. So maybe you could have heard me say, baby, that I love you, maybe on a different moon and maybe in a different shade of, maybe you could have said that you love me too. Alrighty. This next song is very interesting, I would say. Because it starts off with skydiving, and well, it just goes from there, and it's truly about a heart that is lost, and now I'm lucky that my soul has been found in doing this show and with the love of my life.
very soon-to-be husband. But this is a song from a long, long time ago, when I felt like there was nothing, and I felt like I had a dead-end soul. Been jumping out of planes my whole life, just wanna land on my feet one time. If I'm your pilot, then watch out, 'cause no one cares if it goes down. Should've sent the rescue planes by now. Don't think I don't see the truth. I don't fall for my own ruse. It's exhausting walking in my shoes, walking down this road I choose. I'm just a night owl in Cupid's hold, always thinking it will somehow go. Just looking for a pot of gold at the end of a dead-end soul. At the end of a dead-end soul. Maybe this ship will go down fast, or if we're lucky this fix will last. Maybe they're right, this is the end. It was a good run, boys, but don't pretend that the storm is clear around the bend. I don't see the truth. I don't fall for my own ruse. It's exhausting walking in my shoes, walking down this road I choose. I'm just a night owl in Cupid's hold, always thinking it will somehow go. Just looking for a pot of gold at the end of a dead-end soul. I'm not asking for a cheerleader, I'm not asking for a bully either. Somewhere in the middle's fine, someone with just a little lie, who sees a plane amid crashing, a ship amid sinking. See the captain, he is drowning, says everything is fine, everything is fine. It's just a little lie, it's just a little lie, 'cause we're all gonna die. Don't think I don't see the truth. I don't fall for my own ruse. It's exhausting walking in my shoes, or walking down this road I choose. I'm just a night owl in Cupid's hold, always thinking it will somehow go. Just looking for a pot of gold at the end of a dead-end soul. At the end of a dead-end soul, always thinking it will somehow go. Just looking for a pot of gold at the end of a dead-end soul. Alright, so this next song is honestly all about my nephew, and his name is Clark, but I wrote this song all about him and honestly all about his future life, and to tell him everything's going to be okay, because that's not just my job on the show to tell all of you it gets better, but I wanted to give some inspiration to my nephew when he was growing up and his first years of life. And so I wrote a song called Dear Superman, but I hope that it applies to all of you out there tonight, and I hope that you enjoy.
Superman, no matter how much you want her to, not every mom loves as much as yours loves you. Dear Superman, not every dad sticks around to see their little boy grow up and be so profound. I hope the skies are blue. I hope the world is kind to you. And when you get to be 103, I hope you look back and remember me. Dear Superman, I hope your shield's strong and you don't have to see all the world's wrongs. And dear Superman, I hope your voice is heard, 'cause God knows this world needs a few words. I hope the skies are blue. I hope the world is kind to you. And when you get to be 103, I hope you look back and remember me. Dear Superman, know whoever you are, that you are always kept deep in our hearts. And dear Superman, I hope you never know just what it's like to ever feel alone. And dear Clark Kent, know whomever you love, that you are always truly loved. I hope the skies are blue. I hope this world is kind to you. And when you get to be 103, I hope you look back and remember me. Alrighty. Well, we have 2 more songs left in the music for this evening, and I really hope you're enjoying this. If you are, please leave a comment and give us a like. I really am excited for what's to come on Powered by Rainbows, but that is only possible thanks to donations from viewers like you. So please, I know we're like a broken record at this point, but I mean, honestly, we need donations, and we can use every dollar and penny that we can get to help us provide even better education in the future. So with all that said, let's now turn our shift into a song that I love performing, and it's one song that's all about being a puppy. And a lot of you may have seen our music channel. You might know that the most popular song on there right now is a song called Lost Dog, and right after Lost Dog came out, we actually came out with another song called Alpha, which not a lot of people know about, but it's a lot more fun song to sing, so I'm going to try to add the alternative ending here. I think that is allowed on YouTube, but we shall see with YouTube rules and stuff changing by the day. But this one is called Alpha. Searching for a new best friend. Being the lost pup never fades, always needing to be saved by a new alpha every day. But one day you'll find your alpha boy, and he'll fill you up with joy. Put a big lost pup always fails, searching for the holy grail, hoping that he loves rhymes. But one day you'll find your alpha boy, and he'll fill you up with joy, put a big smile on your face. One day he'll call you his own, and you'll be calling his place home, with no need to ever run away. But Alpha, Alpha, won't you please tell me to stay. But just a bit of warning, if you ever call me boring, tell me I'm not as cute as all the other boys. Then I know my way out, don't tempt me, I'm played out, and I can find much better toys. But one day you'll find your alpha boy, and he'll fill you up with joy, put a big smile on your face. One day he'll call you his own, and he'll be calling your place home, with no need to ever run away. So Alpha, Alpha, won't you please tell me to, please tell me to. So Alpha, Alpha, won't you please tell me to stay. Alrighty. Well, it has come to the last song in our music this evening, and we have plenty more for you, I think. I know we're going to be going to a different host of the show in a couple minutes, but I wanted to take us back to quite possibly the first song that I wrote as being out of the closet, and this one was dedicated to my first ever crush at 11 years old. It's actually in honor of all the songs I wrote, and I changed the pronouns in all those songs to make it seem like I was in love with a girl, when truly I was in love with all these boys. And I remember like the first songs I would sing as an 11-year-old going on tour up and down the eastern coast of the United States, and all these people thought I was straight. All these people thought I was singing about some girl, when in truth it was all about this boy named Alex. And so this is a song called Happy. It took me time, I know, how dare I go back and rewind, go back and rewind. So let's go back and rewind. Just thought you had the right to know that it was I who sent you all those valentines. Back when we were kids and I wanted my first kiss, but I never told you any of this. But how could I tell you that I wasn't happy, and I never dreamed this world would ever truly love me. But now that I'm happy, you should know. Oh boy, you got me out of so so many lows. So let's go back and rewind. You don't have to feel the same. I'm not asking who's to blame, just saying such a shame. Saying such a shame. That I had to wait this long to put it in a song, 'cause loving guys ain't ever wrong. But how could I tell you that I wasn't happy, and I never dreamed this world would ever truly love me? But now that I'm happy, you should know, oh boy, you got me out of so many lows. Hope you're happy there. From the train yards to Garfield Square, I just hope she appreciates those British eyes which sealed my fate. But don't you dare worry a thing. Holding me. But I never dreamed that I would ever be happy and have someone to call and say that he loves me. Never thought this world would ever give a chance for love to be love and ever truly live. But now that I'm happy, you should know, oh boy, you got me out of so many, boy, you got me out of so many. Alex, you got me out of so many lows. I know it took me time, I know, how dare I go back and rewind,
Hello everyone, my name is Mr. Nutter Butters. It's so good to see you guys again. I told you I would see you in 2 weeks. See? I didn't lie to you. I'm back. Okay, so I'm the co-host of Powered by Rainbows, but you might know me from my mini-series on this channel called In Nutter News. It's a play on words of Mr. Nutter Butters. Anyway, so I'm excited. Anyway, we're gonna have a good day. So here's the thing. So today, I'm here on this very special episode to talk to you guys about this very important show. All of the LGBTQ resources and education that we provide on a weekly basis, including my mini-series, it's very expensive. I mean, you guys know how much I love nuts. I mean, after all, in the last episode that you saw me on, we got rained on by nuts. It was the best episode ever. I mean, oh my God. So, here's the thing. YouTube has recently, this big platform that you see, I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar company, and somehow they're only paying creators like us peanuts. Can you believe that? Multi-billion dollars, and they're like, oh, here's some peanuts. peanuts. Please make more and more and more and more and more and more and more content every freaking day. It gets very annoying. So, every time it happens, our producers come to me in my treehouse up here with Reginald Floofwolfers, my amazing boyfriend, and they say, hey, Reginald, hey, Mr. Nutterbutters, we need another episode because YouTube wants us to make 15 fucking episodes a day or some shit. And then they're like, hey, you can do it, you're a squirrel, and you're a puppy. You can definitely make more episodes, right? And we're like, no, we can only do one episode a week, guys. That's the most we can do, okay? It's very hard work. So, because of that, we're asking for your help today in helping us make more LGBTQ education and resources in the future. The way we do that is from your help. Viewers like you, and I know I sound like PBS here, but it is thanks to you guys. Every single one of you helps us make this show what it is. It's not just me or Reggie or Matt or Michael or anyone on the show. It is all of you combined that make this show what it is. So first we want to thank you, and secondly, we want to say, please help us make more episodes of the show. YouTube is paying us peanuts, but peanuts don't pay for shows like this. It's a shame that the world doesn't take peanuts as a form of currency, but it's not that good. So, here's the thing. We need your help. If you can, please go in the description of this video or in the comment section on the live chat. Click the link, please, and donate what you can. You can also find amazing merchandise like Mr. Nutterbutters stickers, t-shirts, there's mugs, there's a bunch of stuff with like Mr. Nutterbutters all over it. We have a new notebook out called The Gay Agenda that has me in it. They put me in a notebook, guys. It's awesome. So go check that out too. It's linked literally right down below. In our link tree, I'm told that Linktree is not an actual tree and I shouldn't worry about it, but I like trees. I live in a tree, so, I mean, they tell me that you should go click on the link for our Linktree and somehow it won't affect my treehouse here. I don't know how that works, guys. I'm not very technically advanced, okay? But really, you really expect me to be technically advanced? I'm a squirrel, guys, okay? So, please, if you can, click on the link down below, donate what you can, please. Help us make more LGBTQ education and resources every single week. We really want to continue doing this, and the only way we can do that is from your help. So, I want to continue being on the air. I don't want to be canceled. Please don't cancel me! But, I really want to continue on this show. I want to continue providing news every Monday morning. And also, if you happen to know where we live, please send us nuts. But not peanuts, because that's what YouTube's doing right now. So, please send nuts.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I hope you're enjoying our 2022 telethon so far. I'm certainly enjoying it behind the scenes here. But this section I wanted to kind of dedicate because we have so much fun behind the scenes that you never get to see. We record episodes typically Monday, and we try to power through and have so much fun while filmmaking and writing and editing these episodes. And truly every Friday becomes a little side part of our job that you don't get to see that portion, but you get to see the benefits of it later. We get to write educational resources for 19,000 schools across the world. We get to provide these resources for free or paid resources, and that way we can help as many people as possible. Even those that don't come to our YouTube channel and watch our show every week, we get to help them through these educational platforms. One of the ways we do that is through our books. Years ago, I started off writing books because it was a much longer story to tell than I could possibly tell in a video. And so I wrote my first ever book called Trouble's Soul. From the Mind of a Troubled Soul, The Untold Truth in the Entertainment Industry. This book is 160 pages, but it's all about how bad the entertainment industry has gotten. Years ago, the entertainment industry was like the sort of thing where if you wanted to become a performer, if you wanted to be a singer-songwriter, the venues and places that wanted you to perform, if you were any good, were so few and far between that you really had to pay to get performers there, and they understood the value of entertainment. Nowadays, because of the age of the internet, we've kind of lost that, and a lot of places are offering experience or exposure to perform in their places. And so I was so fed up with that industry because I used to like be on tour and be an actual like B-list artist out there doing things, and it was so much fun being out on stage, but to get to that point was so difficult because we had all these major expenses and we wanted to do a great show for people, but that costs money, just like Powered by Rainbows cost a lot of money every year. I mean, just this year alone, like I said, we spent, $16,000, $17,000 to make it happen. And it is a very costly venture to make it to the quality that we want. Where the music industry is the same thing. It costs a lot of money to make the show possible on a live stage. And venues don't value that. And so we wrote a book about it, and we're like, hey, this is a little useful tip for performers out there. This is how the entertainment industry works, and here's how to get around that. And right after that, we had a lot of people sort of give us questions and how they could, overcome the certain challenges that they were facing. And so, a couple months later, I think it was, we came out with another 100-page book called Marketing Music that was all about how to get your music out there in this day and age. It's really cool how we're able to just quickly do these, and that was all for a channel that many people don't know that we run called VLAMP, Video, Lighting, Audio, Music, and Photography How-To Show. It's all for that one. So it's like an old show of ours that we used to run. But unfortunately, it ran out of ideas and it ran out of budget, and we just couldn't make it anymore. And so it sort of became like, let's just make Powered by Rainbows, because it's a lot more fun, and the topics, it's not just teaching people how to make films or how to take photographs or make music over on the other channel. This is actually a platform where we get to help a lot of people and help people figure out who they are and who they love, which is a really rewarding part of my job. Then on this show, sort of we came in a couple years ago. Truly, the unique part of doing this show is when you see something that could possibly be this crazy thing to do, my producers and I are like, why not do it? There's nothing stopping us from just going out and doing things. And sort of one of my first experiences with this was we watched a show called Last Week Tonight with John Oliver. A great show, by the way, if you haven't watched it. But he was sort of making fun of Mike Pence in an episode. And Mike Pence is this horrible homophobe who just is atrocious to our community. He supports conversion therapy, which has been proven to push kids to suicide. And we sort of watched Mike Pence, as the vice president of the United States at the time, be this just monumental, horrible person, awarding a man who runs Focus on the Family, which is the global power of conversion therapy right now. And so he's awarding this man with a presidential medal, and we're like, this is one of the worst people on earth, and you're awarding him, And so Last Week Tonight came up with this children's book called Marlo Bundo book. And Mike Pence was putting out a book with the same name, but Last Week Tonight, it's let's just make another book with the same character of Mike Pence's actual bunny, and make it a cartoon book, make it illustrated, and make it so that Marla Mundo is a gay bunny getting into a relationship and getting married, you know? And it's a fantastic book that actually supports a couple amazing charities. But we sort of said, why can't we do a similar thing? Like, we're on this platform, we have a voice now, and we have a message to tell, so why can't we help kids? And so we came up with a book called Shadow's First Christmas, because Christmas was coming up very soon that year. And so this is a book all about a Labrador Retriever named Shadow, as he is found roaming the streets of New York City right by Stonewall Inn, which is a mega place in our history for the LGBTQ community. And Shadow is found by this gay couple named Alex and Troy, who adopt him, bring him into his home, their home, and show them all the love in the world. And slowly, Shadow gets scared of other family members coming over for Christmas. And, Alex goes in and explains, like, when I came out to these people as gay, they accepted me, so they're going to accept you too as part of their family. And it's truly this great way to show kids how normal it is to be gay. And this is probably one of the highlights of my career, that I got to write and illustrate an entire book to help these kids understand this, and to help kids understand not just how normal being gay is or how gay couples work, but also to just show them what the Stonewall riots and Stonewall Inn means to our community, and how that was the catalyst to how we got our freedoms. A lot of people nowadays say that we're pushing an agenda on kids, or we're trying to sexualize things, and truly this book helps people understand it's not a sexual thing we're trying to push. It's just a message that love can be in many different forms, and that's why we made that book what it is. So then, years go by, and we're making more and more episodes. We eventually donated a copy of that book to a library in Mississippi that was trying to ban all LGBTQ books. And the mayor was threatening all this funding for them because they had a couple LGBT books on the shelves. And so a bunch of authors and myself, as an author, we got together and we're like, you know what? Let's just donate copies of our books to this library. And that way, they have a lot more books from the LGBT genre on their shelves instead of just having a couple. So it truly backfired on them. But then about a year ago, we really wanted to expand how many people we helped. And the way we wanted to do that was by helping businesses and by helping teachers. A lot of teachers come to us asking, like, how do we talk about this stuff in school? How do we know what science to follow and where to find certain pieces of information on this, And so about a year ago, I started writing another book. I didn't know it was going to take as long as it did. I didn't know it was going to end up being my longest book ever. But I really wanted to do the topic justice. And so I ended up creating a book called LGBT Friendly Classroom. And how many pages is this one? This is 345 pages long. It's 61 chapters of stuff, plus resources that you can print off, all inside the book. And we created a masterclass from the book, sort of using the script of using the book as a script for the end masterclass, and that ended up going out. And we get to help teachers now understand how our community works and how to be an ally, how to help their students. And that has gone on to helping even more teachers and by helping like one teacher at a time, we can help hundreds of students with that one person as a teacher, So that's really rewarding. And then finally, we're like, hey, let's just create a notebook. So we did hardcover and paperback of that as well. But we called it the Gay Agenda Notebook and made it all like confidential of this is only authorized by Professor Pride and you can only look inside if you're gay, kind of thing. And warning, this book contains secret information pertaining to the LGBTQ agenda. All contents are strictly confidential and are not to be shared with anyone outside of our community. Any new recruitments get a free toaster, and we have all the PBR logos and Mr. Nutter Butters graphics and Ace Arrow Cake, Shadow, you can see in here, like all that kind of stuff is in the notebook. 100 pages long. That way you get to write notes of your favorite show and all that good stuff. But the amazing resources that we're able to provide are only thanks to you. We can only spend this amount of time on resources because of your help. I mean, writing LGBT-friendly classroom, like 300 and some pages long, it takes a lot of research. It took a team of people to get this assembled. It takes months of work writing on the side of making sure everything's 100% accurate, making sure that this fit the Danielson framework, which is required in America, in the United States, to be compatible with teaching materials. We had to make sure that it goes along with every framework that the United States education system requires. That way, teachers could actually use this in the classroom immediately, And it took months to create, but it was worth it in the end. And these are the things that we're able to do thanks to your help. I mean, this book would never be possible if we didn't have an audience supporting us and amazing people out there who said to us, what you're doing is worth it, and we're trying to change the world. That's not easy. That's not a small little task that you can just decide to do on a weekend. This takes years. And I mean, even though it took a year to write this, it took 5 years to come up with the research in order to, be able to write this. And in the end, we put it out, and we're very lucky now that people are seeing that work and understanding, like, this is how we change the way our education system works. Like this, right here. Like this has the power to change an entire world of education. So that's kind of amazing to think of. But today I wanted to share an excerpt of this book with you all because I think you deserve that. And I think, it's one step in how we change the dynamic of how we think about education. A lot of times our teachers are under fire, they're underfunded, and a lot of librarians right now are being threatened with violence for some reason because they have LGBTQ books on the shelves of their library and they refuse to take it off the shelves. Even in a school, it's called free speech. You're allowed to have books of different viewpoints on the shelves of your library because it offers kids a way to better understand the world they live in. And it's atrocious what these far-right hate groups are trying to do and taking education away from our kids. And I think they do understand what we understand. That we're in a world where education is how you shape the minds of the future. And so I think their thinking is if we can take education away in 20, 30 years from now, it's a lot easier to control who people are voting for. And hopefully in their minds, they'll vote for conservative Republicans who want to, bring back neo-Nazis and all these bad things, And so I think if we're allowing this destruction of education now, we're also allowing 20, 30 years from now, the destruction of democracy even more. And it's sad that we've figured this out years ago for our show of we wanted to provide education that our schools are leaving out of the classrooms on purpose. And that's sort of been our saying over the years of what we're doing. And then conservative Republicans have been working on the same effort, but basically the exact opposite of taking education away so that it makes it easier to get votes later. But one of the things we did was we're like, hey, let's fight back a little bit with this book, and let's fight back with a masterclass for teachers. It's a 6-hour course for teachers, but it allows teachers to use it as continuing education credits. That way they can have a school pay for it for them. A lot of different things and a lot of hoops we had to jump through in order to get all of this certified for that kind of use for teachers. That all takes months. It takes a lot of money to produce, but we were able to do it all thanks to your help, and hopefully that pays off in dividends later. So with that, I want to share with you a little bit of it. This is the introduction and first chapter of the book, and I hope you guys enjoy. Hello everyone, my name is Matt Haslam, though I'm known online as Professor Pride. I'm the founder and lead instructor for a weekly TV show called Powered by Rainbows, where we teach LGBTQ education to millions of students worldwide. My job is to provide the education our schools leave out of their classrooms. But it's time our schools be more inclusive, and this course is the first step in that process. Before we begin, I wanted to thank you for taking this step with us to make your school and classroom more LGBTQ inclusive. In the full course, you'll learn everything you need to know to help your students learn and grow. You'll hear from experts in the field and be shown examples of a wide variety of situations you might have to deal with as an educator. And of course, we'll show you how to deal with them properly. You'll also receive plenty of downloadable resources throughout the course to help you in your efforts. At the end of the course, there is a little quiz to make sure you know the material, but when completed, you'll even receive a certificate to hang in your classroom or office and put on your resume for future positions. So without further ado, let's begin with answering the question of why your classroom and school needs this information and needs to be more inclusive. Our first chapter in the book is called Why Be Inclusive and why this is important. Though more and more LGBTQ youth are identifying as LGBTQ because of more accepting environments in today's society, it is estimated that 11.7% of the world's population identifies as LGBTQ. So with 7.9 billion people on Earth, that means an estimated 924,300,000 individuals make up our community. On our own, the LGBTQ community would make up the third largest country by population, right after China and India. In fact, we're such a large community, we would also be larger than the fourth largest country, the United States, fifth Indonesia, sixth Pakistan, and almost all of the seventh largest country, Brazil, combined. Putting the world's population aside, what's important to you are the students in your classroom. So let's look at those numbers instead. The average class size for an American teacher is a class of 21.6 students in your course at any given time. So let's round that up to 22 children in your classroom for this example. Using every study available to us, we know that at least 2 to 3 children in your classroom will someday identify as LGBTQ if they haven't already. That's a sizable number when you consider how many classes you teach throughout the day. So you have a big effect on our youth with everything you do and say. It's not just in your classroom though, so let's look at your overall school. With the average American school having 526 students in each class year, this means on average middle schools lasting from 6th to 8th grade has around 1,578 students every year. The average high school lasting from 9th to 12th grade has around 2,104 students. So on average, middle schools have more than 185 students who will later identify as LGBTQ if they haven't already. And high schools have over 250 students under the same metric. Just doing the math on how many students you have an effect on tells you how many young children you can help by being an ally. But it's not just the LGBTQ kids you're teaching in your classrooms. You're also teaching the other 88.3% of students who are not members of the LGBTQ. Multiple studies show that by being inclusive to the 11.7% of students, you're also helping the other 88.3% of students by showing them a good example of how to treat the 11.7%. Basically, by helping the minority, you're helping teach the majority how to do better and how to treat the minority better. And by being shown this good example of how to treat our community, these studies show that the non-LGBTQ students will have less hatred towards the LGBTQ community, commit less violent crimes, less murders, less hate crimes, and so on later in life. And the LGBTQ students will not commit suicide near as often. But quite possibly the best reason to make your school more LGBTQ inclusive is that last metric, suicide. Over 52% of LGBTQ youth in middle or high school report being bullied in person or electronically in the past year. When you compare this to the rates of LGBTQ children who attempt suicide, the data is pretty clear. Children who are bullied for being LGBTQ children who are bullied for being LGBTQ are more than twice as likely to attempt suicide in every category from middle school, high school, transgender and non-binary, and cisgender, lesbian, gay, bisexual, or queer children. And since bullying is directly linked to how many children attempt suicide, it's worth noting here that the same studies show LGBTQ inclusive schools show significantly lower rates of bullying than non-inclusive schools. So by offering an inclusive and affirming classroom or school, you are directly saving lives. Another reason why your school should be more inclusive is to benefit the taxpayers of your school district. To best explain this, let's look at our first case study. And that is our first chapter of the book. All of these books are available on Amazon right now or pbrmerchstore.com. Honestly, creating resources like this is one of the many ways we can help our community that's helped me so much. Before I came out at 25 years old, I was terrified that I wouldn't be accepted by the world and I would be this very different kid than the rest of the world. And I am different. There's no question about that, but everyone's different in their own way. And that was hard for me to comprehend. Honestly, if there was a book like this in our library in school showing me that it's normal to love the way I love, I would have loved that. If there was teachers in my school who were taught by a book like this or a course like this, I probably would have a much different education experience and a lot more teachers would be accepting of me back then. If I had parents or friends who got me a notebook like this to show me, hey, it's perfectly fine the way you are and I accept you just the way you are, I probably would have came out earlier and I wouldn't have waited until 25 years old. And one of the main reasons the main drive for doing this show is because we get to help people understand that and come out easier and earlier in their life than they ever thought they would. We're not pushing people to come out. It's just we get to help people make that journey easier, even if they have homophobic or transphobic loved ones. And I think one of the funniest stories of my career has been the GSA Club course that we created. Years ago, our producers said to us, hey, why don't we come up with a course to help students create a GSA club in their schools? A GSA club is an LGBTQ club called a Gay Straight Alliance or a Gender Sexuality Alliance club. A lot of students are sort of blinded by this manipulation in the media that happens of hey, you're not allowed to say the word gay in Florida or whatever, right? It's literally, there's these teachers that are oh, you're not allowed to say the word gay in kindergarten through third grade, so we're going to silence a graduating high schooler from saying the word gay in a speech. It's come on, we can see through your bull crap. It's clear as day. You just don't want gay people to exist in your state. And so we see this silencing going on all the time, but then students think that they can't start a club like this. They can't be themselves in school. And so we actually created a course for starting a GSA club and helping people understand it's actually, in the United States at least, it's a federal law that requires schools to not discriminate on LGBTQ clubs. If you want to start a club, you have to allow students as a school to start a club for LGBTQ members. You have to allow that. There's no way you can get around the law there. So we decided to make this course to help kids understand this, to help teachers start these clubs a lot easier, because we know in schools with GSA clubs, they have much higher GPAs, they have much better scores of students arriving on time and showing up every day and not missing days. We know all of this research exists, and it helps kids prevent suicide later in life, and it prevents hate crimes later in life for non-LGBTQ members. And so we know that there's massive benefits here. So we created this course, and part of it is we wanted to make it easy for you to advertise your club. So our graphic designer went through and created a template for you to have a GSA club flyer that you can print out wherever, at home, at school, and you can put it on the walls of your school. You can put it up around the water fountains or the lunchroom and advertise your GSA club a lot easier with our template. So you didn't have to spend all this time coming up with a design. We already came up with a design for you. So we thought, hey, this went out to thousands and thousands of people. I think it's at like 18-some thousand views at this point. So we helped a lot of students with that. We kept getting comments of, you really helped me start a GSA club in my school. So thank you very much. And we're just overwhelmed by that. But we never thought the resources would do well. We thought people were just taking the advice and running with it. And then one day I'm scrolling through Twitter, and all of a sudden we're researching a piece by a hate group. We're researching this piece, and we have to do research on one of the many anti-LGBTQ hate groups of the world called Libs of TikTok. And if you're not familiar, it's basically this woman who hates LGBTQ people and doesn't want kids to survive. And so every time there's a teacher that says that they put up a rainbow flag in their school, or a LGBTQ safe space sticker in their school, this hate group just bashes on them and reaches out to thousands of parents who call the school and demand for this teacher to be fired and stuff. What they don't realize is most of their comments on Twitter actually are supportive LGBTQ people who say, wow, I'm a teacher too. Thanks for the great idea. I'm going to do that too now. And it's just absolute trolling, this hate group. And I love it so much. But the funny part was, I came across our flyer. Randomly, I'm scrolling through their pictures and I'm like, what terrible thing are you talking about now? And all of a sudden I came across a picture from a school who posted our GSA club flyer on the walls of their school and said that their next meeting is next Tuesday at some time. And I'm just like, wait, so our flyers actually are helping schools with their GSA club. Like, this is amazing, And how did this even happen, But the fun part is, this hate group is, bashing on this of, how dare this school have a GSA club? How dare they post these flyers around? And I'm thinking to myself, just, because I'm a photographer, I guess, I'm like, so you mean to tell me this hate group decided to post about this, decided to comment about it, and post this photo, but they never zoomed in on the flyer to realize the flyer was created by Powered by Rainbows, an organization helping schools get GSA clubs. You never zoomed in on the photo, Libs of TikTok? Wow, how stupid are you? Really, come on. I'm kind of glad that homophobes are this dumb, but so I'm just like, that's the ultimate reward for us, is to realize like what we created went on and helped so many people that it's actually upsetting the homophobes, but the homophobes don't realize it's us yet because we're not on that massive platform for them to know about yet. And so we're trolling them on an ultimate level and they don't even know who we are, which is like amazing. It's kind of cool to troll people that don't realize who they're being trolled by. But that was kind of cool. And that's just one of the free resources. But it's also like that resource alone, that episode took about 2-3 weeks to produce. The flyer itself took about 8 hours or so to make it absolutely perfect. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of talents to make these resources. And then it's free for the world to download, And a lot of people think, oh, well, you have helped thousands of schools, Obviously, they're paying major money to you. Or, you're making 7 million views. And that's obviously a lot of money. YouTube does not pay LGBTQ creators. We get paid 1/5 of any other type of creator on this platform. 1/5. And per view, basically. And so YouTube's paying us less. These schools are using free resources that we're creating. And, these are typically courses that cost $20,000, $30,000 for a school to take. And we're providing it for $100, or we're providing this free course on YouTube for students because we want to help as many people as possible. But normally, if a school was using that, it would cost them $20,000, $30,000, And so people assume we're making a lot of money when, in truth, we need a lot of help to do this. We need just an incredible love of our audience and donations and super chats and, we need people watching our episodes on a regular basis with ad revenue just to get by and just so that we can continue this operation and keep providing amazing resources for people, because there's so many ideas on the table. There's so many ideas that we have. We can't talk about them publicly because then some other person will do it and it ends up being a system where, our great ideas end up making, huge profits for someone else, or someone will steal our ideas and, trademark them, copyright them, and it's a whole bad situation that ends horribly. But we try to provide as much as we can for free, and with that, it's not like we're trying to make millions off of this. It's literally, we want to provide the help that we can for as many people, but we also need to live. We also need to survive and make these resources. In order to spend 40 hours a week doing this, we need a certain amount to cover that. And so that's just one of the small things I wanted to share. Like our books, again, they're available on Amazon or on pbrmerchstore.com very, very soon. Hopefully you'll be able to get signed copies very soon as well. I'm looking forward to it because we have so many more book ideas that they take a lot of time. Like we're writing another book right now, and we're in the beginning stages of that. And people don't really know that we're doing it at all. And my team was like, wait, you're doing another book? Like, you came out with 2 books already this year. And I'm like, yep, I know. I want to do another one. And I want to get it done by the end of the year. I want to have it available because it's just a resource that we need to have available for our community. And I don't understand why it isn't available yet. I don't understand why no one's done this before. I don't understand why no one's created a channel like this. Why were we able to get the name Powered by Rainbows? It is such a unique LGBTQ name. Why do people not have this already, when I was coming out, I was wondering, why are there only people on YouTube talking about their personal journeys and coming out themselves? And why is there no channel that gives you advice on how to come out? Why is there no channel on teaching you the science of these things and the history and the economy of the LGBT community? Why is no one teaching this stuff? And it's like, why don't we do it? So we want to really continue doing that. And the only way we do that is through your donations. And through your absolute love and support. We're incredibly thankful for that love and support so far. We just need some more help. And so I hope you enjoy so far. We're going to continue now with our next section. And we hope you continue watching. And I hope you're doing well out there.
Well, hey everybody, my name is Reginald Woodwovers, and today I'm here to say a very special announcement. See, you might know me from this show on certain episodes like the kindergarten puppy class, where I showed you how normal it is to be gay, and I'm a gay puppy, so there's that. But I'm told that this TV show needs some help. See, my boyfriend, Mr. Nutter Butters, he's amazing, isn't he? But I'm told that he has his own miniseries on the show talking about the LGBTQ news every Monday morning. And the only way that we get to keep doing that show and the main episodes on every Friday is from your help. This show would be absolutely nothing if it wasn't for you guys. I mean, if it wasn't for you watching, we're just talking to walls and looking at big black boxes with red dot blinking lights on it, and I don't know what the hell that is. It's a camera, Reggie! Oh, sorry, honey. But we're just looking at big box of cameras with red lights on them, and we're just talking to ourselves here. So, without you, this show means nothing. So, today I'm here asking for your help kindly in helping us provide weekly LGBTQ education and resources for the whole world. Literally. The whole world sees my boyfriend every week. It's amazing. I mean, I love him to bits, but the world loves him too now. And I'm told that if you click on the link in the description of this video, you can help us make that education by donating whatever you can. We would love your help. We already love you, and we would love you more if we got some help making this thing. So, we would love your help there, and I'm told that you can click on the link below, and you can also get amazing merchandise like my boyfriend, Mr. Nutter Butters, has his own merch line. He has his own t-shirts, he has stickers, he has his own book. I mean, he's so popular, I love him. He's like the best. Anyway, so please click on the link below and help us make this amazing show possible for a while to go. And we sincerely appreciate everything you're giving, and we thank you in advance. From all of us here at Powered by Rainbows, like myself, Mr. Nutter Butters, and Dr. Woofers, Coco, and our new assistant co-host, Jimmy. We don't mention him! Why don't we mention him? 'Cause he ate our treehouse! Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're not gonna mention the new host. But I will say, we thank you in advance for your help, and we shall see you again very, very soon.
Welcome back to Powered by Rainbows. I am so excited for this next section of our telethon here. And this section, we get to answer all of your great questions that have been coming in for the past week or so on it. So let's get started. Some of these are answered by our other co-host as well. But this first one comes from, I'm going to go from most popular to other questions. Rosite V2 asked, what are some of the lighter, best ways to come out to parents who don't support the LGBTQIA+ community, but don't necessarily hate them? Because the signals can get very confusing. Also, thank you so much for the content you're putting out there. At first, I had some very controversial thoughts about a certain part of the community, but thanks to your educational content, I saw it on a totally different and more accepting light. So I would say some nice ways to come out. First off, we have an entire series on our channel called Coming Out Advice. If you haven't seen it already, please go watch that first. It offers you 35 tips to coming out. It offers what to prepare for after coming out. It also offers some for yourself, what to prepare for that you may not expect. It also offers some advice for homophobic and transphobic loved ones that might be around you. That series is all in a playlist on our channel. If you go to our channel and hit the playlist tab, you'll find Coming Out Advice there. But I would say some nice, easy ways to come out are to either like sit down with your parents at dinner or something like that and be like, hey, I'm gay or I'm trans or whatever. It's very nerve-wracking just to say those two words to someone out loud. I know for myself, it was very, very difficult to say those words, even in the mirror to myself. And so if you're looking at this and wondering, I don't want to say those words because it's scary. I actually came out with a letter, and that way I got to write all my thoughts out beforehand. That way, even if my family wasn't accepting, I got to say what I wanted to say. I got to write it as long or as short as I wanted to. My family, in the end, said I could have just wrote 2 words on the sheet of paper and that was it. I decided to write a 6-page long thing. I rewrote that many different times. I rewrote that actually like 10, 12 times. In total, I just scrapped everything, deleted it, and started over. I'm not necessarily saying that is something you have to do, but it does allow you to say the words you want to say, convey the message you want to convey, and offer maybe some supporting facts or something. For instance, if you have homophobic parents, you could say in that letter, hey, I know you have religious beliefs, but I'm still your son. I'm still your daughter. I'm still your child, and you could offer that insight to hopefully not necessarily bring them all the way across the bridge today, but to your side of the argument, but at the very least, start that conversation. Or one of the really cool ways I've seen is to ask people in whatever form you're going to give them. I would love to hear your opinions. If someone starts fighting with you over like, oh, it's a sin to be gay, like don't just like go on the defensive there and be like, no, it's not a sin in any major religion of the world, which is true. It is not a sin in any major religion of the world. Christian, Muslim, many, many others. Islamic, it is not a sin. So don't just go on the defensive with those kind of facts, because people that are so wrapped up in their own opinions don't care about facts. And so if you go on the defensive, they're going to go on the defensive and you're never going to get anywhere. I would say start off by asking them like, okay, why do you feel that way? And once they explain that, why do you feel that way? Let's get to the root of why you feel a certain way. And then we can go about solving it. So I would say a letter or a note, maybe like I've seen people come out through a unique way of, I don't know, if you really like coffee or something,
get a mug and paint "I'm gay" on the bottom of it or something. And when you take your sip of coffee in the morning, you're telling your partner that you're gay, or you're telling your loved one that you're gay. Find something unique that your loved one loves. Maybe if they like playing card games, hide a card in the deck that says what your gender identity is, I don't know, something like that. It could be fun. Or just play or do something that is going to invoke a certain thing. Like watch a YouTube show or watch a TV show that has a character that identifies as the same sexual orientation or gender identity that you do. And that way, hopefully you can show them firsthand in that half an hour, like, this is how normal it is. And so after that half an hour is up, or that hour-long show is up, you can tell them, hey, I'm just like that, by the way. I'm just as normal, I've seen that done too. Next question comes from Rod Marsim. Sorry, names are hard. I've kind of been wondering how can one become an LGBT activist? I've been frustrated due to lack of acceptance from family for being bisexual, and I've been seriously thinking of pursuing it. Activism comes in many forms. So for instance, for our show, activism is making a weekly TV show and being out there at Pride events and being a part of the community on the front lines. It's following legislation. It's figuring out who agrees with us, who doesn't agree with us, figuring out why they don't agree with us. For us, it's difficult. We have to follow the laws in the legislation in like all countries of the world and figure out what is happening on the ground everywhere in the world all the time, in order to do our jobs. But you could have it a lot easier. I mean, there are local LGBTQ organizations everywhere in the world that you can be a part of. And I would say research some of them. So whatever your hometown or region or state, or, province or whatever you call it, look up that region and search Google for LGBTQ rights organization in XYZ city or XYZ region. And hopefully you'll find something close by, and that way you can get involved locally. I used to be a part of a nonprofit years ago. Like, it's weird because years and years, I should tell you this, like years before, when I was 11, I think, years old, I started a nonprofit of my own. We noticed that a lot of like older folks in elderly care facilities, like nursing homes, assisted living centers, we noticed that a bunch of people didn't have family to visit them in their nursing home or assisted living center during the holidays. And I thought that was really sad because like my Nana loved when we came over and we visited her. And after she died, I realized like, this is what's happening across the country. There's people that lived their entire life and now are being left alone for, the entire holiday season for Christmas and New Year's. And so a co-founder and I, we used to like play guitar we used to like co-direct our school choir. And like, cause I was a Catholic school boy, the whole 9 yards. But I decided, I'm like, hey, let's do something about this. So the co-founder and I decided to just start a nonprofit. So we started raising capital and we started figuring out different places we can go, and started contacting all these elderly care facilities and asking them like, hey, can we come and just play a little bit of music for an hour? Eventually we got
20 some schools on board with us. And so we actually went on tour and went from nursing home to nursing home every single day. We would do like 3 or 4 nursing homes a day, all December long, all day, every day. I was still in school. So when I got done school, I went to like 2 nursing homes, but my co-founder was like a little bit older than I was. And so she ended up going to like 1 or 2 during the school day. And I would do the nighttime ones, you know. It was exhausting, but it was really rewarding. And I think like 4 or 5 years into that, we ended up like just having a ton of schools on board, a ton of nursing homes. It went far beyond us. So we no longer had to be there in person. These like schools would just have a choir director that would take on that task and do like 5 nursing homes for us or something. It expanded exponentially, you know, because people believed in our cause and people wanted to help with what we were doing. When I got into college, I had to leave the organization because I was no longer going to be in the area. And so I left it in my co-founder's hands, and she ran it up until today. It's still running. It's called the Little Drummer Boy Christmas Concert Series. I'm very proud of that charity. But it's something where if you see a need in the world, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to join something else. You could just create your own and do your own thing, and it expands from there because people believe in what you're doing. I started Powered by Rainbows by myself in the basement of my house with a camera, and look where we are today with 30-some team members, you know. Things grow. So I'm not saying you have to join something else. Sometimes you can see a need in the community and you can just go after that and do it yourself until people start realizing what it is you're doing and start getting on board. Depending on your age, you might want to be involved in an organization that's bigger than you. And I would say that, you know, we are always bringing staff members on to help volunteer and make this show. On our website, professorpride.com, or you can just look up LGBT organizations near you. You can look up a GSA club in your school, see how you can get involved. GSA club, really, I will say, if you want to start a GSA club, first off, we have an entire course on our channel here. Just look up Powered by Rainbows GSA club tips. We have an entire course for you to help you create a GSA club at your school. That really is a great way to get on the ground floor in the community of, let's start a GSA club in the school. That school club can work with local LGBT organizations across the area and really start moving mountains locally. Or if you see a certain need, like bisexual need, like you were talking about, you can go in depth on that, and you can be an activist online. You can follow legislation that affects that. You can share things on your social media and say, you know, this is what's happening locally. This is what's happening in my local school board or in my state or my country, and follow that legislation and figure out exactly what affects you. I would also say you could start a blog. You can start a website. Wix.com, Wix.com. Start a blog and start talking about these things, you know. The more writing that is done online about legislation or about what is really going on the local level, the better. I mean, a lot of times outlets like ours are too big. We are too broad across the world to really notice something that is happening in a local school board or a town. And so if you have something coming up, talk about it online and talk about it in a blog of your own, or write Facebook post about it. That gets it in the media. It gets it out in social media space and allows that to be found by bigger outlets to talk about and hopefully bring more people to your cause and bring more people's attention to whatever's happening locally for you. So I would say that is a great way to get in on a local level. But yeah, just search for local LGBT organizations if all else fails. All right. Ooh, this is a long one. All right. Lexi Dakitten asked some more in detail explanation on what gender dysphoria feels like, and some more information on gender euphoria as a marker for figuring out if you're trans. I'm having a bit of a gender struggle lately because I get euphoria from being called he, him, and they, them, being referred to with words like son, boy, buddy, person, etc. And I feel happy when my hair is cut very short. I don't feel as happy looking at old pictures of myself with very long hair. I never ask myself what I identify as and come back with anything feminine. I get uncomfortable when I can directly see my breast, even if I'm clothed, if they don't seem flat enough. But I hear all the stories about how someone thinks they're trans mask as a teen, and I'm a teen. But when they grow older and aren't as hormonal, they realize they're just a tomboy. I hope you see this question and can answer. While it'd be probably be better to discuss with my therapist these questions, I always get too scared and end up not mentioning it. Thanks. You're right. Some of these questions are perfect for a therapist, but I will say on a general level here, what I could answer. If you feel... one thing that's important to notice about labels, our community is enthralled with labels and putting labels on everything. We come up with 95 pride flags, and we come up with, thousands of words to describe our community. And sometimes that is what contributes to the alphabet mafia kind of pushback from the far right. But with labels, I think it's important to understand that you don't have to necessarily check mark one of those boxes. There are millions of gender identities out there. There's, trillions upon trillions of orientations out there. Not all of them can be described with a word. And it's very important to notice, if you're seeing other people around you, try your best. I know it's difficult at a young age, but try your best not to compare yourself to them. They are not you. You are not them. You can go to pride events and celebrate being LGBTQIA all together. You can celebrate being trans together. You can celebrate being who you are. That's what a pride event is about. It's not about being lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and so on. It's about just celebrating who you are and who you love. And that is unique to you. No one is going to match that. And so if you're seeing people around you later identify as a tomboy or something else, it doesn't mean you're going to go down that same path, and it doesn't mean you have to. So if you feel gender euphoria, which is the excitement of being, being affirmed in your gender, then go with that. It's okay if right now you feel gender euphoria by someone calling you certain pronouns or certain nicknames or names, that's perfectly fine. If I've had similar questions before where people ask about what if right now I want people to call me Matt, and 5 years from now or something, I change that and I want to be called something else, what do I do? People are always scared of the future like that. And I think it's if you're happy being called something right now, ask people around you to call you that. You don't have to set labels immediately. You don't have to stick by a certain name. If you're trans and you want someone to call you
buy a name and a pronoun set right now, and then 20, 30 years from now, you change that for some reason, then you change it. If, tomorrow you want to change that and test new names every day until you find one that you like, it's okay to do that too. Just like with this, if you're happy with people calling you a certain pronoun set or a certain name right now or nicknames, that's perfectly fine. As long as they're not, being derogatory with that, it's perfectly fine. Don't be afraid to change in the future, but don't be afraid to set certain rules now and lay the groundwork right now and say, you know what, this is what I'm happy with right now. And that's what I'm going to go with, because part of being LGBTQ is all about chasing happiness no matter what. So I would say that's the best answer there for specific situations. Maybe it is best to talk with a counselor, but just know that no matter what in that process, I think a lot of people are afraid to change their pronoun set or change how they feel about this because they're afraid others won't be affirming of their gender. And the truth is, we should always affirm your gender no matter what. So if people start not affirming that gender, that's a problem and we have to solve that. But for right now, if you're feeling gender euphoria with a certain pronoun set, go with it, and just chase happiness. All right. Oh, I hit the wrong button. X1 Art says, how can I signal to a person that I'm LGBTQIA+, if I am unsure if they are as well, or are homo-transphobic? I don't want them to know if they are the latter for obvious reasons. Love what you're doing. Have a great October. Edit, sorry, I wrote this in a confusing way. I don't really know how else to phrase it. It's perfectly fine. I understand. How do you signal to other people? Well, okay, so I'm going to say, depending on your age, there's a gay handkerchief code. It's called the Hanky Code. If you ever want to learn more about it, we have videos on our channel here all about it. But the gay hanky code means you can signal to someone that you're part of the community without actually signaling to the homophobes that don't understand it. That's how they used to do it back when it was illegal to be gay, before 2003 in the United States for some freaking reason. For some reason, it took us that long to realize gay people are, valid. But I would say, maybe that's a way to do it. Other ways could be wear a small amount of rainbows. I'm not saying, as much as I want to sell merchandise and be that, salesman, of go to pprmerchstore.com. You could do that. That's a great way to signal to other people that you are LGBTQ. But it's not really subtle. There are certain t-shirts and things that you can buy on there that are somewhat subtle, but wearing this on your shirt is not really subtle. So I would say if you want to be blatant about it, then do that. But I'm saying wear a rainbow, an actual just straight out rainbow, not a rainbow flag, a rainbow, just a rainbow, somewhere in your clothing, or put a pin on your backpack like a rainbow. That could signal to certain people that you are a member of the community without outing you either. Because if a homophobe notices that, you can always say, oh, it's just a rainbow. It's just my clothing today, I just got this shirt because I thought it was cool, especially a shirt that has a saying that's not necessarily a part of the community. You could get one of those sayings and just be like, hey, I'm going to, wear this out and about. And if someone asks, oh, it's just a cool saying on a shirt, so that's one of the ways you can do it. Signaling. I mean, you could also just be asking people, if you, for instance, if you like someone, If you're a girl and you really like someone else and you want to know if they're lesbian too, you could say to them like, hey, do you listen to Girl in Red? If you're gay and you're looking to see if someone else is gay, you could ask them, do you listen to Troye Sivan? Or do you listen to Grace and Chance? If someone is homophobic, or if someone doesn't, if someone is straight, they're not going to really know what that is, or what it means. But if they are homophobic, they probably don't know who Grace and Chance is or Girl in Red is. And even if they do, you can just say, oh, I just found this song and I thought it was cool. I'm not, you can sort of cover for things and be like, oh, I'm not gay myself. I'm just, I just found this song on Spotify or something, and you can really easily cover for it if you have to, if you don't want them to know. So there's that. That's a really cool way that I've seen happen, especially for gays and lesbians. I know bisexuals, they all have, if you're looking for artist, like you can always find an artist that's part of your orientation and ask specifically for that. Like there are asexual, there are bisexual, there are transgender artists out there. So you can always ask without asking. You can always ask someone, are you the same way, without asking them directly, are you gay? Are you lesbian? So there's always ways like that. M asked, what the A means in LGBTQIA? Asexual, aromantic, agender? Yes. Yeah, this sounds more like a comment than a question. Just to remind those that think differently and those that don't know, just hearing the words can save a lot of heartache and not feeling broken. Thanks, much love. So the A stands for a lot of things in that, beyond actually what you said. So A stands for asexual, aromantic, agender, aesthetic, a physical, all the, if you've seen our graphic before of the seven spectrums of orientation, all of those have an A something version of themselves. Like the sexual spectrum has asexual, the romantic one has aromantic, but all 7 of them have a similar A something. So that's important to note as well. So there's actually, 8 things that the A stands for, believe it or not. So that's interesting. The 7 spectrums of attraction each have their own A abbreviation and a gender, because it's the gender spectrum as well. All right. Belina asked, I was wondering how I should tell my parents that I'm agender, because they only believe there is 2 genders, and I already came out to them as lesbian, and they were super homophobic, and they said I was too young to know, but they don't say that about my brother, who is younger, because he is straight. And then they said I'm not allowed to come out as any weird, demented gender thing, and they constantly say really homophobic things to me. And whenever I wear boys' clothes and get so mad and angry and tell me that I can't wear them because it makes me look like one of those weird, messed up gender people. I'm sorry for the rant, but I really just don't know what to do or how to tell them. And thank you so much for all the amazing work you do. I really appreciate it. Well, Belina, that's a very difficult situation to be in. I wish things were better for you. Here's the thing. One of the main tips that we have from major organizations, we've partnered with the Trevor Project, It Gets Better, GLAD, Glesson. We partner with all these amazing organizations over the years, and consistently all of those organizations and ours have the mentality that you should test the waters to see if it's safe to come out to someone before coming out. But if they don't accept you, here's the important part. The best analogy I can give you is a party. Coming out to someone is like a party. You're throwing a party in your house and you're inviting certain people. You're inviting your mom, your dad, you're inviting your brother, you're inviting your teacher into that party. Every time you come out to someone, you're inviting them to that party. If they choose to come to that party and celebrate with you and love you unconditionally, that is their choice. And you would love for all of them to come to your party and celebrate with you, but sadly, this world is not loving all the time. And so if they choose not to RSVP and not to come to your party, not to celebrate with you, and they choose not to accept you for being LGBTQ, it's important to know that it's not your fault they didn't come to your party. You invited them to your party. They chose to stay home. They chose to separate themselves from you. And you're letting them in on a piece of your truth. It does not make that truth any less truthful or valid by their reaction. No matter what you are, who you are, no matter what you love the way you love, they are not going to change that no matter how hard they try. But by not accepting you, they are the ones that are outcasting themselves from your life. A lot of LGBTQ people feel like it's their fault that these people don't accept them. But the truth is, it's like, you are just telling them your truth. You're just being yourself, your authentic self for the first time in your life. And they're the ones that are not accepting. They're the ones that are separating themselves from you. And this speaks to a much larger issue of internalized homophobia or internalized transphobia of immediately when you tell someone this truth and something goes wrong, you think it's your fault because you're the one that made that step and you're the one that told them your truth. In reality, it's their fault. They didn't accept that truth about you and love you unconditionally. So I would say, like I said, all the major organizations of the world, including ours, we look at it that way. Of it's a party that you invited them to, and they chose not to come. At the same time, I also want to mention that if they don't accept you, know that your safety is most important. So if they hint to you that they're going to send you to conversion therapy, it is time to get out of that situation and go to the police, because that is child abuse. Conversion therapy is child abuse, no matter how we look at it. And so reparative therapy, ex-gay therapy, ex-trans therapy, reintegrative therapy, whatever like that, it is all child abuse. So these places that you are called those things, most times teach you how to commit suicide more than they teach you anything about yourself. Because these people, these therapists, they fail. Well, I should say therapists in quotation marks, because most of them don't have a therapy degree. They realize after so long, after so many sessions with you or going to a camp, they realize they're not going to change who you are. They're not going to change who you love. And so when they realize that they're failing, their only option is teach this child how to off themselves, and that way they're not in the world anymore. And it's like, it baffles my mind how horrible these people think, but that is their solution to this. That is conversion therapy solution. Just have kids off themselves. It is horrendous, but it is how it works. So if your parents are hinting that, get yourself out of the situation and contact the police and, get to safety. elsewhere, no matter what that means. I will also say that if your parents are abusing you in any physical way or emotional way, that's also child abuse. Also contact the police in that situation, and get out. But there are also some forms where we just have to sadly live with certain situations. So if you're under 18 right now and you have parents who aren't allowing you to wear the clothing that you want to wear, or cut your hair the way that you want to cut it, as sad as it might be, first off, if you have family members that accept you, try to go live with them instead. If you have an LGBTQ relative, most people that are LGBT actually have LGBTQ relatives that they don't know about. So try to go live with them. Hopefully they'll be more accepting. If not, as sad as it might be, your safety has to come first. And I know this is going to sound horrible. This is going to sound like, the worst thing on earth to you at the time. But sometimes you have to live in that situation and put up with that until you turn 18, until you can, go out and live on your own somewhere or go to college, and start being yourself. Because once you're 18, once you're living in college or whatever the situation is, or you're living on your own, your parents don't have any control over that. Your parents or your loved ones don't have any control over what you wear, don't have any control over how you cut your hair or what you do. The worst they can do to you is not show up and not be a family member. And in that case, again, they are choosing to not come to your party. They are choosing to separate themselves from you. You are not at fault here. You're not to blame. I would say, sadly, it's maybe one of those situations where you just have to live through those years, being who they want you to be, and just, offering as much pushback as you can without risking your safety. The reason why they're accepting your little brother at a younger age and not you is because your brother is straight, or at least he thinks he's straight right now. It baffles my mind. It's like, well, you're too young to know that you're lesbian, or you're too young to know that you're gay or you're transgender, yada yada yada. These homophobes and these transphobes will say to no end, you are too young to know this, and then they will push a 2 or 3 year old to have a girlfriend. It's like, I know there are people in my life that, when they were like 2 or 3 years old, their parents were like, oh my God, you have a girlfriend. Oh my God. And I'm just like, the kid's 2 years old. He doesn't have a girlfriend. When you have that happens far more often than you think. And I'm not saying that it's a situation where that child might end up being straight. That's fine. But when you're so young and pushing these kids to be like, oh my God, you have a girl. That happened to me too. My mom, back when I was 2, 3 years old, was like, oh my God, he has a girlfriend, just because I stood next to a girl one day in class in a photo. And I'm like, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm just standing next to her. She's a classmate. Then my mom every single Christmas would take a photo of me and this girl together, every single year. She kept saying, and actually her mom also took a photo of us every Christmas together. And so my mom and her mom are both taking photos of us every Christmas, standing next to each other, forcing me to hold my arm around her and being like, well, someday when you guys are married and have your wedding, you're going to have all these photos to look back on and be like, how cute you were soulmates from 3 years old on. And it's like, 3 years old, you're taking a photo of me. 3 years old. I don't know my sexuality yet, I didn't even, because of that mentality, I didn't even know homosexuality existed, because it was just ingrained in me that straight is the only way, and so eventually when I learned that homosexuality is a thing, I'm like, yes, that's me. That's the word that describes how I feel inside. I had crushes on boys for a long, long time before I heard that homosexuality and gay meant what I felt, and so parents will accept a very young 2-3-year-old for being straight and push them to that because they accept being straight, compared to homosexuality, where you could be that way and it's perfectly valid, it's perfectly healthy to be gay. There's nothing wrong with it, spiritually or otherwise. But yet, for some reason, if you identify as gay as even a 20-some-year-old, it's like, no, you're too young to know that yet. It's like, I'm 20-some years old. I know what I am, Like, I figured it out over the years, No thanks to you, by the way, but I figured it out. So it's sad, but I think that might be the best advice I can give, of just like, there's a reason why your parents are accepting your brother and not you. And it's not because of age. It's because of their homophobia, and it's because of their lack of education on the topic. And that's pure and simple. If someone does not accept you for being LGBTQ, it is not your fault. You are still valid. You are still perfectly fine the way you are. It is their lack of education that prevents them from accepting you. So, Doggetto Guest. Y'all have interesting names. What was the hardest thing about getting your show off the ground, and what was the greatest thing about the early years of the show? The hardest thing, hardest thing about getting the show off the ground was, honestly, right now, like, the reason why we're doing the telethon is like, we have so many great ideas, and then it's like, YouTube is just trying their best to kill us off, and trying their best to, go into new markets to compete against TikTok. And it's like, before this, we've never had this problem. We've always been like, hey, we want to make something, let's just make it. And, YouTube will be kind to us. YouTube sponsored us 3 years in a row now, because they liked what we do. They awarded us because we did such a great job. And now this year, all of a sudden, they're like, hey, let's just kill you off. And I think that's been the hardest part of, like, seeing a giant corporation choose who they love and who they hate, and they realize that hate spreads a lot faster than love. And so they're like pushing hate groups right now. It's sad. I think that's been the hardest part of getting it off the ground, is just like dealing with the constant emails of YouTube wanting more and more content. When we want to provide a quality product in the end. And so I'm sitting there as a producer going, hey, we can make one really good episode a week. And then YouTube is like, no, we want 7, It's like, that's not possible. And YouTube's like, we don't care. We want 7, That's been the hardest part. It's always been a stressor. Financials have always been hard to, like, tell my team, like, hey, I know we're struggling right now, but we have to spend thousands of dollars this year so far to trademark things, copyright things. We have to hire lawyers and protect our name. We have to sue other people to get them to take videos down that call us pedophiles. We have to do all these things to protect our brand. And meanwhile, YouTube is being horrible to us. That's been difficult. I think the greatest thing about the early years, it honestly, it had nothing to do with revenue. It had nothing to do with the size of our audience. Like when we got a milestone of 1 million views, we were like very, very excited, but it meant less to us than one night. I think it was 3 years into our show, season 3. We were doing this vigil, what we do every June 12th every year, is called Vigil for the 49. It's this 49-minute long broadcast to honor the 49 victims of the Pulse nightclub shooting in Orlando, Florida on June 12th, 2016. Every year we do it without fail, because it's a way for us to not only honor those victims, but the victims of any anti-LGBTQ violence over the years in any country. It's a mega broadcast that we put together to kind of like pause the Pride June month celebration, and we pause it for one night and say, we're going to dedicate an hour of our airtime and honor those that came before, kind of, and honor the victims of the bloodshed that caused us to gain the equality that we have now. During that broadcast, like I said, it was like season 3. We really did not think that this would be a show that we would continue into like as many years as we've done now. But we sort of said like, no, this is, after that night, it was just a premiere, I think it was. And the video was ready to go. It was 49 minutes long beforehand, and it was just premiering on YouTube. Meanwhile, 3 separate people in the comments were suicidal that night. And they commented, asked for advice from us. We gave them advice. We talked them through this. And then immediately after that broadcast was over, I broke down because I knew those 3 people were okay. I knew they had learned that our community is loving. They learned that there's a family out there who will love them unconditionally in the LGBT. And it was so sad to hear like 3 people were ready that night to take their life, and some silly YouTube show saved their life and talked them down from that edge. At the same time, I sort of said to myself, that is what this show is about. It is not about it's not about the videos we make. It's not about the, it's not about the education we're putting in schools worldwide. All of that is rewarding, don't get me wrong, and all of that is a driving force, but the main driving force, like up to that point of the show, before that night, I thought we were here just to help kids come out of the closet, and we were here to help people on that journey. After that night was over, it changed severely. Like, after that night was over, I broke down, cried for hours, and realized that is what my show is all about. It is helping kids understand how normal they are and fighting the insanity that causes them to want to take their own lives. And we are here to combat that and to help them realize they don't have to change for the world has to change for them. And that dynamic changed in a 49-minute broadcast for me. For 3 years up until that point, I had one mentality, and after 49 minutes, I had a completely different mentality going forward. That new passion, that new mentality has gotten us another 2 years, and we've kept that drive through the years to make it the show that you see today. Like every video we put out now it means a lot more to us, and there's a new message in the back end of our team, knowing like what we have to accomplish. It's not just helping kids come out anymore, it is saving kids' lives. So I think that was like the greatest moment on the show so far. And then like years later, I'm sitting here going like, yeah, it's not just 3 people anymore. It's like hundreds of people we have saved. So that's kind of been surreal. Blazing Rose Ninja says, let's say you come out to one or both of your parents as trans non-binary. They acknowledge your identity, but they refuse to use your name and pronouns. If you choose to confront them about this issue, what is the best way to approach the topic? I've always said the best way to do this is just to correct them every time. Eventually it gets annoying to them to where they change, or you can just be blatantly bad to them too and see how they like it. So for instance, the first version that you should go with first here is to just correct them. For instance, okay, let's say, for complete example's sake here, let's say I told my parents that I was trans. Now, you should know I'm not a complete expert on this. There's a reason why our team has transgender people on it to help with questions like this, or episodes covering this sort of thing, because I am cisgender and there are aspects of that trans people know much better than I ever will. But let's say I tell my parents I am transgender and I want them to call me by a different name and pronouns. So I want people to call me she, her, and the name Madeline, right? Well, if my parents decide not to call me by that name and not to use those pronouns, because they feel like, you have to understand, on their side of this, they feel like they are losing a son. People who are educated enough on this topic know they are gaining a daughter, or gaining a child, or gaining a part of their child that wasn't communicated to them before, a truth about their child. A lot of transphobic parents feel like they're losing their son, their daughter, or their child. They feel like they're losing something instead of gaining something, right? And so one of the ways to combat this is to talk with them openly about it and say, I understand where you're coming from. You feel like you lost, you didn't specify which pronouns they used to use, but in that situation, I would talk to my parents and say, I understand. I'm going to meet you on your side of this argument. Rather than trying to bring you over to my side, I'm going to meet you where you are in this conversation. And I'm going to sit down with them and ask them, like, I understand. You feel like you're losing a son. But in truth, you're gaining a daughter, you know? Can you explain to me why you feel like you're losing a son, or why you don't want to use these pronouns or something? After that conversation, and trying to explain to them and answer all of their questions that they might have, I feel like it's the next step after that. If they continue to be the way they are, then every time they call you by the wrong pronouns, keep correcting them. Keep saying to them, hey, my pronouns are not he and him. Please use she and her. Please use they and them. If they say the wrong name, don't respond to it. If they're like calling you and be like, hey, Matt, like, don't respond to it, because that's not your name. And once they come to you and they're like, I just called you for an hour. Like, why weren't you answering? You weren't calling me. Like, my name's Madeline. Call me by the proper name and I'll respond to you, And if every time they say the wrong name or pronouns, you correct them over and over and over again, hopefully that will cause them to go, you know what? I'm so tired of having to be corrected that they just eventually change and they do it the proper way. or if they continue to do it no matter what for like weeks, then it's probably time to show them a dose of their own medicine. And as weird as it is to say, just like start calling them by the wrong name, start calling them by the wrong pronouns, and see how they feel, you know? And if that doesn't work, then do it excessively, you know? Keep doing all three until they just finally change. Even if you have to drag them to where they change and they come to your side of the argument, then do it. But at first, don't start off with a army approach. Don't start off with a military tactic. Start off with a, let's just have a conversation. Let's negotiate this. Let's ask you why you feel this way. Let me try to answer the questions you have, and we'll see how that goes first. If that doesn't work, we're gonna honestly be like the government. If negotiations and talks don't work, up the ante a little bit and be like, okay, so let's just not respond to you until you call me by the right name. And if that doesn't work, let's go full on military tactic of calling you by the wrong name and see how you feel about it, So don't escalate things to the extreme right away. Escalate things slowly until they realize you're not budging on this, This is who you are. This is how you feel. And that is perfectly valid. That's perfectly healthy to feel. It is their problem to solve. And you are there to help them solve it in some way. So that way it benefits you to be affirmed in your gender. Gabe D asked, oh, hey, a question for Michael. How did you meet each other and how do you meet queer people? So I'm going to have Michael answer this one.
Well, should I give them a real story about how we met? All right. So Matt and I met on Grindr, of all things. This is really not a wholesome story. So I was at a bar getting loaded, and I get a message on Grindr from Matt, and we just start talking, and then the next day he messaged me again, so I messaged him back, and things just went from there. Then we met up about maybe a week later, not even. We met for the first time, and it was pretty much went from there. Now, how do we meet other people? Well, let's see. The best way. Okay. The best way to do that is, I would say, pride events. You're going to meet tons of people. A lot of people that may not necessarily go to the bars, or they may not necessarily go to clubs or things like that. You're going to meet them at pride events because that's generally a more safe, less intimidating sort of environment, and that tends to make a lot of people feel better about being out in public and being able to be who they are.
One more question for you.
What?
How much do you love me?
A lot.
Adoru Himi asked, what are your thoughts on people who are saying LGBTQIA is toxic? My opinion on this one is that all communities have their own bad and good sides. I mean, we did have a couple bad people in our past. There was an FBI director, Hoover, I believe, J. Edgar Hoover, who was the lead investigator of the FBI for the United States federal government. And he wrote a letter to a national newspaper and said, how we combat finding communist or bad things in the world is we find, how we combat this is we find homosexuals. And he compared homosexuals to pedophiles in his article, in his letter to the editor. Now, because of his position, people thought he had evidence behind it. People thought that, if J. Edgar Hoover is writing this, he's the head of the FBI. There must be some evidence and research that the FBI has that backs this claim up
So people blindly believed it, and they ran with it. The world ran with it. Ever since he wrote that letter years ago, all of a sudden people thought homosexuality was linked to pedophilia. And it never was, by the way, but people thought that. Now more than ever, and it's exponentially grown in belief since then. It never happened before that letter. You don't find any evidence of homosexuality being compared to pedophilia before that letter, which is weird, you know? It's weird to say that because it's like, you know, this entire belief that we're fighting now came from one letter. You think that it came from something like, I don't know, bigger than one letter to the editor. And you would hope that such a wild claim would, you know, at least be based in some weird evidence that you could try to find, but there's no evidence, you know. In any other argument, you'd hope that, you know, hey, if you said that water was poisoned or something, you would hope that that belief would be based in some reality or some evidence that you could try to find or track down. Nope. So I think we've had bad apples in our community before. If you look at, honestly, Caitlyn Jenner, for the trans community, a lot of what she has done has been terrible to the trans community. You have a lot of people in our own community that have done horrible things. And the funny part about it is J. Edgar Hoover, as bad as that letter was, the only reason he wrote it, he later said, was because he was homosexual himself. And so he had a gay partner who was an assistant director of the FBI that he hired just so that he can have a relationship with him. And be close to him. And so they had a gay relationship for many, many years. And then afterwards, he's like, the only reason I wrote this letter linking homosexuality to pedophilia is because he didn't want people to discover himself as gay. It was internalized homophobia. I mean, one major sort of documentary movie out right now is the Jeffrey Dahmer one on Netflix, and you know, he was gay. There's no doubt in anyone's mind what his sexuality was. But when you look at that situation, he's a bad person. He killed people. He had this horrible mentality for his entire life of, you know, wanting to murder. And I think that does not do our community justice of like, hey, now people think that gay people are murderers. But it's not. I mean, you always have people that are going to do bad things in any community. But to deny the fact that he was gay negates a part of his life, because a lot of people, including myself, believe one of the reasons why he was conditioned to murder, especially murder gay people later in life, was because of internalized homophobia, because his parents hated the fact that he was gay and they pushed that narrative on him that he had to be straight. Even Netflix alludes to this a little bit in their documentary on him. But his parents hated the fact that he was gay. They pushed him to be straight. And so it pushed him into this world where he hated gay people because of it. He hated himself for being gay because of it. And so he went and did all these atrocious acts like murder. And so we have bad people. We have bad apples in the community. And yet, like, the founders of many major conversion therapy camps and organizations are all gay. After years of pushing conversion therapy and pushing hundreds of thousands of kids to suicide,
They have later come out in documentaries and in interviews and said they regret everything they did, and they are now happily married to their gay partners. And it's like, you pushed this idea for years that it was wrong to be gay, and then after all of that, after you realize you pushed how many kids to suicide, then and only then do you realize how bad it was to do what you did. And so we have bad apples in the community. There's no doubt about that. In any community, you have that. And in the straight community, you have bad people too. But I think a lot of it is caused by internalized homophobia, internalized transphobia, of we are forced as children to think that these things are wrong about ourselves. And so in order to compensate for that, we push outward homophobia or transphobia to other people, or we push out bad things. And sometimes that affects other people. And I think that, is none more true than J. Edgar Hoover. But it's certainly true in other aspects too. Every community has bad apples. It's our job to accept the bad apples and say, you know what, even though J. Edgar Hoover did horrible things like that, he was still a gay man. The question becomes for us as activists, do we say that he's not even a part of our community? Or do we say, you know what, he was a part of our community, but the reasons why he did what he did was because of extreme homophobia that he faced at the time that caused him to have internalized homophobia that caused him to do the things he did. And so you can accept the bad apples if you look into their story and realize why are they doing the things they're doing. And I think that's a lot more important issue to talk about. Is it offensive to use unlabeled as an identity? I've seen people use the flag and call themselves unlabeled, and others who think it's offensive and defeats the purpose of not using labels. We don't need labels, people. Like I've said many times before, we don't need labels. So the word unlabeled, I think is perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I can see how some people can be offended by it, but I also understand that our community is, again, this goes to that point of why are people the way they are? Why do people think that's offensive? And there's a storyline here, okay? So ask the question why, and then ask the question why to the why, okay? That's really important here. So for this, why do people get offended at the word unlabeled? Well, it's because that the community thinks we need a label. Why does the community think they need a label? Why does everyone in the LGBTQ community think they need a label? Well, it's because we never fit in as children. We never felt like in school that we fit into the groups. There was no group of LGBTQ people that we fit into way back in the day. So we feel like we need a group or a niche now, or a label now, because we didn't fit in back then. Or we were made to feel like we didn't fit in back then. And so that's why we need a label now. Why didn't we fit in as children? Why wasn't there a group of LGBTQ people in school that we fit in with? And why, even now that we have GSA clubs and LGBTQ groups in school, why are those groups bullied by other people in school? Well, that's because of homophobia. People don't understand enough about our community because we don't have mandatory LGBTQ education in all public and private schools. We don't have that in our school systems. And so there are always going to be bullies who bully the LGBTQ clubs sometimes. And so all of that, again, can be traced back to education and homophobia. A lot of things that you're going to deal with in life all trace back to some version of that. So using the term unlabeled, perfectly fine. I've said
In our episode on how to find your gender identity, how to find your sexual orientation, I said specifically, it's perfectly fine if you don't label yourself as anything, because labels are, it's this system of like, you have to check mark a box. You don't have to check mark any box in life, okay? You can be yourself. You can be unique as you want to. You don't have to check mark a box of homosexual, homoromantic, asexual, aromantic, straight, cisgender, trans. You don't have to check mark any of these boxes in order to be a part of our community. We accept everyone as part of our community except for pedophiles. Everyone else is welcome. So it's like, to say that unlabeled is a offensive term, no. I can see why people think it's offensive, because they have a version of internalized homophobia inside of them, but it's not offensive. Another person asked, what are your thoughts on the new Italian Prime Minister? I don't know whether or not you covered this in another video. We actually didn't hear anything about that. I'm sure we'll be hearing more about the new Italian Prime Minister in the coming weeks, and we might cover it in an episode. Right now, I don't know enough about the subject to answer that one specifically. I'm sorry. I wouldn't want to be like, oh my God, the Prime Minister is amazing, and then turns out they're a homophobe or something. But we will certainly get it. It's Italy, so I imagine homophobic. I'm imagining that's why you're asking, just because I know the country. Sincerely Cinnamon asked, if I'm in a homophobic and transphobic Texas church, but someone outs me to the church, even though I'm not really out enough for that yet to happen, would they be allowed to fire my mom who works at the said church? My mom has a second job, but her main source of income is the church, so I don't want to be the reason that we suffer. I'm still too young to move out, so it would directly affect me as well. Wow, that's a hard question. Again, this is speaking to you. When you feel like you want to come out, you feel like something is going to happen. You feel like something bad is going to happen to the world around you, and it's going to crumble. I had the same feeling when I was coming out. I had night sweats and the worst nightmares you can imagine for weeks leading up to coming out. I had this dream that as soon as I came out to my family, I ran out of the house and I was chased down my street by this black mist, this black fog in the air. And it just chased me for miles and miles until I woke up and I, sweat through my clothes entirely, It was terrible. It was terrifying. But eventually I got over that feeling and I'm like, you know what? The only way I'm going to be able to be myself someday is by telling people who I am. In that situation, currently in the United States, in Texas, it is illegal to fire someone for being gay because of this SCOTUS decision. Even churches cannot fire someone for being gay, even in Texas, because of the Supreme Court of the United States making a decision, I believe it was 2-3 years ago now, where they said, in 2020, I believe it was, they made it a conservative court decided that you cannot fire someone for being transgender or gay. Now, in your situation, that would mean they could not fire you for being gay. But your mom is not gay, I'm supposing. And so it becomes a very touchy situation of, they can't fire you for being gay, but they might fire your mom for something else. A lot of these situations, they will find out something about you that they don't like.
and they will say, oh, okay, so we just learned this about you. And so a month goes by, and they're being extra critical of you. And so now they're going to say, oh, you printed out too many sheets of paper. Now, it doesn't matter. The secretary next to you printed out double as many, but they find it a problem of you. Even though other people in your office might have done much worse things or the same thing, they fired you for whatever reason. And now it's, well, we didn't fire her because she was gay. We fired her because she printed out too many things and was wasting company money, or firing them because they misappropriated funds, or they didn't get permission to spend this dollar on this item before they spent it, even though they did it 50 times before and it was perfectly fine. Sadly, that situation has happened before, where companies and churches and organizations have found any reason they could to get rid of someone just because of some new information about them that they didn't like. And because it's not specifically for being gay or their daughter being gay or their child being gay, hey, the Supreme Court of the United States didn't rule on that specific situation yet, so they're allowed to do it. It's unfortunate. But I will say, at some point you have to live your own life. As consequences like that might be terrifying. You have to understand, like, back when I came out, I worked for about 30 some school districts at the time. And I thought, hey, if I come out as gay, maybe these schools won't want me to be around because they have that homophobia that homosexuality is somehow linked to pedophilia, which again, it is not. But maybe they won't let me be around kids and film musicals or concerts, or maybe they won't let me, be a part of events because they have this homophobia. It's unfortunate. We never lost a job because of it. Luckily, I came out and no one cared. Everyone kept hiring me, and I even wore rainbow face masks throughout the entire pandemic, and no one cared. I showed these schools how normal it is to be gay, and I was perfectly fine. Churches still hire me every single year, even though they know I run a TV show powered by Rainbows. And it's kind of weird to know that. It hasn't affected me. It hasn't affected my dad's business. He runs a small business as well, and it hasn't affected him or his customer base, because your mom really doesn't have to tell the church. You can come out to your mom and be accepted by your mom. You never have to come out to your church. You never have to come out to homophobic people. With that analogy I gave earlier of a party, you invite certain people to the party. If you know in advance someone is homophobic or transphobic, like the church, you don't have to come out to them. They don't have to know that part of your life. You can just continue being yourself, loving the way you love, finding relationships that you want to find, and the church never has to be the wiser. So you can come out to the world and the church never finds out. And even if they do, technically speaking, they don't have a gay person working for them. They have the mom working for them. And so they might ask some hard questions to your mom if they ever found out. But to fire someone for their child being a certain way, I've never heard of that happening. That's not to say it has never happened. I've just never heard of that happening. And I've been deeply invested in LGBTQ activism for, about 10 years now. So I've never heard of that. So I wouldn't worry so much about that as much. Just, come out to the people that are going to be accepting. If you know your church isn't going to be accepting, perhaps it's time for you to individually go to a different church. Maybe your mom still works for that church, but you find a different church that is accepting, a non-denominational church. If you're looking for one, we have a list of pro-LGBTQ churches and religious institutions on our website, professorpride.com. And if you run a pro-LGBT and affirming church or religious institution, then please get in contact with us at professorpride.com. There's a form you can fill out to add your church or your organization to our list. What is Alex Snow asks, what is Mr. Nutter Butter's favorite thing to do? Eat nuts and play with Reginald Flufflefers, his boyfriend. That is what he does. He loves hosting the show for Nutter News, but it's probably his favorite day on this entire earth has been swimming in nuts and being rained on by nuts in one of our episodes that we did recently. So that's probably his favorite thing to do. But his favorite thing to do is just eat nuts. And I know whenever my boyfriend and I get home from like grocery shopping, my boyfriend will like buy him a little bag of nuts and stuff, and it just makes his whole day. So he loves that, and he loves sitting around the living room here, eating dinner with us every night. And he really loves being a part of this family because, I mean, if you don't know his story, he came from Butler, New Jersey. He used to just go around the rubber factories in Butler, and he used to, try to find a home, and then eventually he found a home up here in Pennsylvania with Michael and I, and we adopted him, and we made his home life a lot better. So I know he loves that, and he loves meeting all of you in person. Probably, maybe his favorite thing to do is meet all of you in person at events or something. So he loves whenever we do a meet and greet, if we take him along. We recently went to New York State to the FDR Memorial Library. We also went to the walk over the Hudson, and we took him along to that trip. He loves going on long trips with us, and we went up there for the show, but he loves going along and just enjoying life and meeting new squirrels. And we came home from New York, and the next day we had a bunch of long distance calls because he made so many new friends up there. So because we were in a giant park and we just let him roam for a couple hours. Carla asks, you will have an intervention for Mr. Nutter Butters for his nut issue. No, that would be funny, but no, it's not a problem yet. He loves nuts, but he's a squirrel, so we understand. Jasper Ora says, Matt, any plans on lesbians and trans sex ed videos? If so, ETAs. Yes. We want to produce that. We want to make that happen. Well, many of you know we did a gay sex ed video for gay cisgender males years ago on the channel. That did fairly well. You loved watching that. We've heard so many comments from you saying that people came there expecting this just basic level, and then we dive into consent and aftercare and preparing and just all of these aspects that people don't think about. And it's like a full encompassing, educational resource for people. So many schools have used that episode now to teach every aspect of gay relationships for, intimate moments, I should say. So it's really rewarding to see that. We're in talks right now with an organization to an testing center to go there and film like what it's really like to get tested for STDs, and what's the worst case scenario? What if you like the reason people fear going to get tested on a regular basis if they're sexually active is what if I actually have an STD? What do I do about it? And so we want to interview them and ask them like, okay, so what happens then? Like in people's mind, what is the worst case scenario and how can we combat that with education? So we want to do that. That's the next step for us. We're hoping that's going to come out this school year. But really, the hard part about that is funding. That episode would cost $200-$300 to produce. And, about a year ago when YouTube was kind to us, it was possible to produce that episode. And we should have probably produced it then. But we were like, no, we have too many good topics and too many good other great ideas to produce right now. So we can't do that at the moment. So we just sort of said, we're going to put it on the back burner. And now it's an important issue for us. Now it's risen on that level, on that list. And so now we want to produce it, but we don't have the funding. A lot of people don't know that gay sex ed video for cisgender males, everything you saw in that episode was purchased for that episode. Like, we wanted to get a sponsor. We wanted to get somewhere like adammail.com or another website to like sponsor it, or Spencer's to sponsor it, to send us like condoms, a dildo, douching equipment, the training kit. And like that episode cost a lot of money to produce because we needed those items in person to show examples and show how these things work. In the end, it cost a lot of money. And a lesbian version of it or a trans version of it cost an equal amount. And right now the funding just isn't there. So to put, like, I have a lesbian who's on our executive team who works with us all the time. She has said that she will do it for us. She will write it. She will film it with us, and I'll edit it for her. She said that she's going to do that with us, but we need the funding to get the supplies for her to do that episode. Some of you might be wondering, well, why don't we just use items that maybe we have? That's not the way things work. When you have a certain toy or item for personal use, for whatever, you don't put that on camera afterwards. Even though you clean it thoroughly, you don't put it on camera. So we have to have items that are specific for an episode that would cost money. So we want to produce those. I know they're important, but right now the funding is not there. That's one of the many great ideas we have that just cost too much at the moment to do. So hopefully this kind of telethon helps with that, and hopefully someday soon we can get the funding to do that. And then at that point I can put an ETA on when they would be produced. Right now it's just, I don't see it happening in 2022. I don't. We need sponsors. We need help. We would love for a sponsor to come on board. Like, people don't realize, like, we've had sponsors reach out to us and we were like, this would be an amazing topic, like if we got the New York tourism board to sponsor an episode, we can go to Stonewall and produce an episode at Stonewall National Monument. If we got the adult website or something like that, like Adam Mail or Spencer's, to like sponsor an episode, we can do a lesbian sex ed video easily, because a sponsorship like that would make it possible, I will say that sponsorships for us, once you hit 100,000 subscribers, there's something called Brand Connect that YouTube enables on your channel. So YouTube would allow us to get in contact with brands a lot easier and get sponsorships a lot easier to fund our show. Weirdly, they don't care about smaller creators getting that funding. Over, 1 million subscribers, you can brands can contact you and ask if they can sponsor your videos. If you're under 100,000 subscribers, you don't get people reaching out to you asking for sponsorships. You have to reach out to them. Brand Connect is a way for you to do that easier, but they don't enable that until you hit 100,000 subscribers. And so it's they're holding that hostage until we get 2,000 more subscribers. And it's terrible. It's these are things that could really help us right now and get us the funding we need to survive every single week. Even if it means we have to put a sponsor in every week's episode, that could help fund our entire production here and help us produce things like a lesbian sex ed video. But that right now is 2,000 subscribers away, and we've been held at 2,000 subscribers away from that sort of program for 4.5, 5 months now. We were on a steady growth and exponential growth, and we were going to hit 100,000 subscribers within a week. And then YouTube decided to implement new policies for YouTube Shorts, change their entire app to be more friendly to YouTube Shorts. And then suddenly we went from gaining hundreds of subscribers a day and within 5 to 6 days be at 100,000 subscribers. And then YouTube changed their app, so we only got 30 subscribers a day. And then it went to 5 subscribers a day, and then it went to 0 subscribers a day. It's what? So right now, to put a timeline on when those very, very expensive episodes would be produced, if you notice, you used to see very expensive episodes like that produced once a month. We would do 3 episodes that were very low cost, and we would do 1 high cost episode a month because we knew it was beneficial. We didn't care how many views it got, but we knew for the people that watched it, it was very beneficial, So for things like that, it's just such a high cost that we couldn't do it right now. Not with the way YouTube is treating us. Which is unfortunate because I know how much it's needed. Rebecca Pinella says, what are some ways to come out to extended family? Again, I think to a certain extent, a letter or, a post on Facebook or something that is cool. Extended family members, text them, maybe. That's a way to get your message across without, leaving anything out. But really, the further you get away, the less need there is to come out to them individually. A lot of times when you come out to the people very, very close to you, like friends and really close relatives and stuff, by the time you get to extended family members, it's you can just start dating, and then eventually they'll see your post on Facebook that you're in a relationship with someone of the same gender. It's perfectly fine, Really, social media is a great way to come out to those people all at once, or, just be yourself, and they'll eventually catch on to it, Christopher Williams says, how did you figure out you identified as demisexual? Interesting story. When I first came out at 25 years old, I told my family I was bisexual. Even though I knew I was gay, I just felt like if they're still on the fence, if they don't accept me as gay, hopefully there's some false hope there in their minds that I would be with a girl still as a bisexual. And so that gave them a sense of false hope. It's now I know from research that's wrong to do. But back then I was, naive, and I wasn't a part of the community as much. I didn't do as much research as I have now. So that's what I did. Then about a week later, I came out as gay to them because they realized I was only after dating guys. And then about, like 2 years later, 2 years later, I do a video on Grindr and the gay hookup culture. And in that episode, I tell people how, I'm not looking for sex on a first night of a relationship. I'm not looking for hookups. I'm looking for a long-term relationship and eventually building a relationship where we can have sex. It's a very weird part of the community where, like, just go watch that episode if you're wondering. But like Grindr and the gay hookup culture really explains it much better than I can explain here, how the community sort of operates like that. But I said in that episode that I'm looking for love first and then sex later, as part of that love relationship. Then, oh God, it was about a year after that, honestly, I produced another episode called Fun with Flags, Pride Flags and What They All Mean. I went through all the pride flags, including demisexual, and I wrote the script. I read the script like 5 times on the camera. I edited it. I put it out there. It's the second most popular episode on this channel, And then about a year after that, someone commented and said, I watched your Pride Flags episode and I watched this episode, and it's so good to hear there's another demisexual out there that's public about being demisexual. And I'm like, what are you talking about? I've never told people I'm demisexual. I had to go back to the episode to look up what it meant, because there's so many terms that I don't even remember every single one by heart. And so I go back and I'm like, wait a minute. That person was right. Like, I am demisexual, Like, it honestly took 2 episodes a year apart from each other for the information to get out there, and then for a fan of ours to comment and put it all together for me and be like, oh, you're demisexual too. And I'm like, oh my God, that is what I am. That's the term, So even for someone like me, who's like a LGBTQ professor full time, like, putting labels on things is not something I did, or realized I wanted to do. And so I didn't even find my label until years later. And so eventually I made beginning of season 4, I want to say, I made an episode called Coming Out Again, Demisexual Gay. And so that was finally when I had a label for what I was, and finally, told people publicly. So that was, it's kind of a weird journey, but it's like, even for me as an LGBT professor, it takes a while to find your label. If you're looking for it, or to find out what you would be called. Carla asked, there's a Twitch streamer called East X Twitch. He does not understand why used pronouns they or them. He thinks in a group of people. I explained to him that some people don't feel the label either male or female fit them, so they don't use he, him, or she, her, and want to use something else. He's a high school English teacher, by the way. I think the best way is to just educate a person and just explain to them, like, this is how you feel. The best part of, if you're on a debate team, you'll probably already know this, but the best way to debate someone is to meet them on their playing field, on their ground, and ask them questions
And every time they answer a question of why they feel the way they do, explain to them slowly why you feel the way you do, or explain to them why that is. Why do they feel the way they feel? So, for instance, for the English teacher streamer, it's like, ask them, well, why do you only think that people can identify as he, him, or she, hers? And then once they explain, okay, so because you believe there's only two genders, or you believe these pronoun sets are how things work, that, you're an English teacher, so you think fanatically that they and them as a group of people. It's like, no, you can describe someone individually as that. A great way to explain it is, for instance, when I'm talking about a friend of mine, and I start talking about, Kim went to the movies the other day, and she saw Bullet Train movie, and she really enjoyed it. She laughed all the way through, and her husband, had a great time for their anniversary going to the movies. It would be really boring if I constantly said, Kim went to the movie, Kim saw Bullet Train, Kim and her husband did this, Kim did this, Kim laughed all the way through. It would be really boring if I kept saying that repetitively. So sometimes in that conversation, I would say, Kim went to the movie, they saw Bullet Train. It's like, I'm not describing a group of people, I'm describing one person, Kim. But because I'm talking a whole paragraph about that experience for her, sometimes I switch it up and don't say the name Kim, don't say she or her. Sometimes I'm saying they, or they went here, or they went to the park, or they went to the movie. So you're already using these pronouns interchangeably. It's just an N for a singular person. But, so for some reason people are refusing to say that to a trans person because it's a trans person and they're transphobic. That's the only reason. Getting to the root of why someone refuses to call someone by a different pronoun is you already do all of this every single day for other people, but because a certain person is trans, you refuse to do it. Why? Why do you refuse to do it, to use the proper pronouns or name for someone specifically? Oh, wait, it's because they're trans and you're transphobic. So, I would say just meet them where they are and educate them. Speedy says, I am new to the LGBTQ community. How can I come out to myself? I honestly came out to myself in a mirror one day. I sat in front of the mirror and I kept trying to say those words out loud to myself. After I went on a movie set and as part of my career, and there was this actor who was working on the film, and him and I were flirting like crazy throughout the night. And I wanted terribly to spend the night with him. I ended up not doing that because it went against my morals, but I was I really wanted to spend the night with him. I really wanted to be with him. And why was I flirting with him? And I kept trying to figure it out. And so the next day I sat in front of my mirror and I'm like, you know what? It's time to put up or shut up. This is who I am. And so eventually I just sat in front of the mirror and I'm trying my best for hours to say the words I'm gay out loud to myself. No one else was home. And I spent a couple hours figuring things out, and I eventually just said it in the mirror to myself. And I'm I'm gay. This is who I am. And as soon as I said it, I broke down. And I'm oh my God, I just said that out loud. But I didn't break down out of sadness. I broke down out of happiness that this is who I am. And I finally said it,
I finally got the words out, and the next 6 months of my life, I decided to test out the theory, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to look at guys whenever I want to look at them. I'm going to, fantasize about being with guys as much as I want to. I'm not going to hide that part of myself anymore. I'm not going to deny those fantasies whenever I come across them, and I let it run with it. And I'm like, eventually, like 6 months into it, my sister ended up saying to me, like, you know what I just realized? You're smiling for like the first time in your life. You're smiling more than you've ever smiled before. Like, what's going on? Like, are you dating someone that we don't know about? Are you like, did you get a job that we don't know about? Like, what's happening? And I'm like, I can't tell you yet, but it's good, And so when I came out to her, she finally understood. She's like, that's why you were smiling for like 6 months all of a sudden. And I'm like, yeah, that's why, So it's really exciting. But honestly, coming out to yourself is the hardest part. Coming out to other people is easier than coming out to yourself. But yeah, even saying those words to yourself, it's in the mirror. It's terrifying, but it's like, whew, I got the words out and this is who I am, How do you expose homophobic or transphobic parents? Honestly, by letting them be themselves and letting them talk as much as they want to talk. If you want to expose homophobic or transphobic people, especially their more dumb theories about our community, just let them ramble. Let them, quote unquote, let them lead out enough rope to hang themselves, kind of thing, Eventually, homophobic or transphobic people will say something dumb enough that they just expose themselves for being who they are, for being homophobic and hateful. But just let them go and let them roam is the best way to expose them. And just be ready with a couple of debunks. Like, we have an episode, 40 ways to 40 homophobic arguments you can debunk on our channel, or debunking the top 40 anti-LGBTQ arguments. That's an episode of ours. You might want to watch it, and it would help you not just expose these homophobes, but to sort of make the world aware and make them aware of how dumb they sound. Sunset Nutrix asks, how does being both non-binary and trans work? I don't really understand that. So non-binary just means you are not part of the binary world that people believe in, like male and female. You can be androgynous, you can be non-binary, you can be agender, you can be anywhere on this giant circle and gender spectrum besides male or female. If you are not in those two binary check marks boxes, and if you are anywhere else on that spectrum, you are non-binary because you are not in one of those check boxes. You are not part of the binary world that people believe in. And trans means you are not the gender that was assigned to you at birth. So if you have a penis and you were assigned male at birth, but you feel like you are agender, which means you don't have a gender. If you feel like you are feminine because of how you feel inside, then you are technically trans. So basically, non-binary means not male or female. Trans means anything but the gender you were assigned at birth. For example, if you have a penis and you were assigned male at birth, you could later identify as female, non-binary, agender, anywhere on that spectrum, including female. And so that means trans because your actual gender is different than your sex assigned at birth, okay? Whereas non-binary just means you're not a part of those two boxes. Basically, non-binary means you're not male or female. Trans means you're anywhere on that spectrum besides the place that you were assigned at birth, but it can include male or female. So that's one way to describe it. And Slime Boy asked, why did you start this YouTube channel? I started this because I was at a Pride event in Washington, D.C. with my best friend. It was my first ever Pride event. We were going to see Troye Sivan perform that evening. And the entire day I noticed all these kids were around. All these parents wore shirts of, my child is gay and I'm proud. My child is trans and I'm proud. And it was just surreal to feel this way. To see all this happening before your eyes of like these kids. This is my first ever Pride event that I'm going to. I only came out 6 months before that. And I came out at 25 years old, and these kids are at their first Pride event at like 12, 13 years old, like it's incredible to think that they're starting their journey much, much earlier in life. So hopefully they can, find the love of their life earlier. They can, celebrate more of their life and be happy rather than be, have depression for more of their life like I did, and be in the closet. And so I felt really good for these kids. And that night I broke down because I came out to the world publicly that night. Before this, I only came out to a handful of other people. That night I decided to come out to the world, and I was like, to hell with it. This is who I am. I don't care anymore. I'm going to publicly be myself, On the ride home from that, it was about 4 or 5 hour trip home that night. Or sorry, the next day, because we got a hotel for the night. I was with my best friend at the time. And she fell asleep on the way home. I drove for, 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours or some of that. And then I thought to myself, I'm like, the only reason I came out was because I saw people on YouTube telling their coming out stories and being their authentic selves. And it showed me that I wasn't alone in how I felt. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make a coming out video. As soon as I get home, I'm going to make a coming out video. And I'm going to make it, because I didn't want to post it on my company channel because I didn't want potential clients to see that video and not hire me because I was gay. I was still a little bit afraid of it. I'm like, you know what? I am who I am, but I don't need it on my company channel for my company, Madhouse Productions. I was afraid. Nowadays, I'm like, no, this is openly who I am. And I post gay stuff on my company channel all the time. And I don't really care. If someone doesn't agree, they don't have to hire me, And I openly say on my company website, we support the Trevor Project charity. We support Powered by Rainbows. This is one of our TV shows. Like, we're open about who we are now. But this is like the beginning stages of coming out still. And so I decided to make another YouTube channel just for this episode, just for this video coming out. And a lot of gay people do that at first. So I created this channel and I'm like, why not call it Powered by Rainbows? Like, we are empowered and protected by the rainbows. I was thinking, I'm like, the community really protected me before coming out. They helped me on this journey. The community, the LGBTQ, was super nice to me in that process and understanding. I didn't need to come out right away. I can take my time. They were really understanding. And so I'm like, really, I was protected by the rainbows of the community and I was powered by them, So I'm like, again, I had hours while my friend was asleep in the passenger seat. So I'm like, let me just think of a name here. So eventually I came up with Powered by Rainbows, Powered and Protected by Rainbows. But I'm like, that's too long of a name for a channel. So I'll just call the channel Powered by Rainbows. And then in every episode, I'll say Powered and Protected by Rainbows, And so I came out with a coming out video. And in September, we created the channel officially. And I uploaded the first ever episode. And then the first we recorded 10 episodes to begin with. I'm like, I want to do a coming out video where I tell you my story. I want to do an episode on coming out advice. What advice do I have now that I'm out of the closet fully? What advice do I have for you after you come out? Because I knew a lot of YouTubers didn't really cover that. I want to do like top gay movies you can see in theaters right now. And a couple others like that where I was like, it's generic, but it's what I want to do. And I want to help a couple people. The original thought process behind it was, I want to help just one kid out there, one kid watching, come out of the closet easier than I did. Hopefully sooner than I did in their life, but easier than I did. I wanted to make that process easy for someone else because I knew how hard it was for me. And so created the channel, uploaded the first video. Then December came. This is 6 months after we had the thought to do it at all. One of my family members said to me, like, hey, by the way, are you trying to be the next big face of gay? Like, are you trying to be popular just by being gay, and be the superstar of gay world? And I'm like, no, I'm just trying to help one kid come out easier than I had it. That's the whole reason. And I'm like, have you seen my subscriber count? I'm like at 0 right now, I'm only getting like 10 views, I'm like, I don't even know if I'm helping anybody yet because nobody's commenting, So like, I'm not trying to be popular by being gay. I'm just trying to help someone out there be themselves easier, from a perspective of someone who's gone through that journey the hard way, And then with that challenge, I decided, you know what? They asked me, and they're like, honestly, one of the things as part of that conversation, they said, one of the things I don't understand about the community is they have so many different pride flags. Like, what in the world do all of these flags mean? Why do you need this many flags, And so I'm like, let's make an episode about it. Let's talk about it. And so we created an episode called Pride Flags and What They All Mean. It ended up getting over 1 million views eventually and getting sponsored by YouTube a couple times. But at the time, I'm just like, let's make a fun little video about flags, Then immediately after that, we were like, I just created another couple of videos when I could, however often I wanted. We talked about news, anything to just make a video. I realized how much fun I was having making these videos and realized how much fun it was talking about the community and researching different aspects of our community. It was just fascinating for me. I always tell people one of the most fun things I do in life is like research and read government reports, read survey results. It's just fascinating for me. It's weird, but I'm a man that loves data, I love diving into research and reports and data and evidence. And I'm like, it's the best feeling in the world, like to go after a topic and like find that piece of evidence that is hidden on page 50 of a, of a long government report that's just paragraphs long. And you're just like, to find that piece of evidence is just so rewarding for me. So that's what drove me to create more and more episodes. Then I was like, we're going to do season 2 all that year long. Our seasons are 1 year in length. So I'm like, I'm going to do as many videos as I possibly can. But then after that, after December, this channel has to end, Season 2 is going to be it. That's it. No more episodes. We're done. We've helped a couple people. We accomplished our goal. That's it. And then I decided I'm going to end the entire show with an episode about my uncle, who was a gay man as well. And I'm going to talk about how his life compared to mine, because in his generation, you could not be gay publicly, and it was illegal to be gay back then. And I'm living in a time when I can be out of the closet and public and making videos about it, And so I was like, I'm going to make an episode about that, about him and his experiences. And then I go into production on that, and my mom, who has not been a part of my life ever, has, sort of, left us when I was 18 years old, missed my birthday party to get divorce papers signed because she didn't want to pay child support, wanted both of her kids to commit suicide, hated both of us with a passion. She decided to enter my life again, and she says to me, if you make an episode about her brother, who was my uncle, then she's going to sue me. And I'm like, for what? What are you going to sue me on? So she challenges me, and she's like, you can't make an episode about your uncle because we don't want you bad mouthing his name. I'm like, it's a show called Powered by Rainbows. It's talking about how positive the community is and how amazing the LGBTQ community is. In what world do you think I'm going to make an episode about my gay uncle without saying it's a good thing? In what world do you think I'm going to make an episode about him being gay and say that it's bad? Because I would never say that about any gay person, Like, what? So I'm like, all right, fine. I have all the evidence and interviews with people to prove that he was gay in his life. So I'm not going to put this episode out when you think I'm going to put it out. So we decided to cancel the very last episode of that year. And I decided to do more interviews, more research. And I reach out to a museum that actually has his yearbook on file. I go there in person. I get all of this evidence from his life from this museum. And, it was a tiny little historical society museum in this tiny little town in Pennsylvania. We drove a long way to get there, but I get all this evidence and I come back with it, and we decide, even though the final episode, the finale of what was supposed to be Powered by Rainbows was canceled, I decide season 3 is in that moment we decide we're not just going to make an episode about my uncle anymore. We're going to make a full-on feature-length documentary all about him. And we're going to double down on it just to spite my mom for trying to silence us and trying to control our content, and for thinking that we were somehow going to badmouth him for being gay, even though we have endless evidence on our channel of gay positivity. For some reason, she thought it was, bad. So we make a feature-length documentary, and we decide in that moment we're going to create season 3. So season 3 only happened because of my mom challenging us and saying we couldn't do something that we knew we could. So that's why it happened. And then season 3 is when we got sponsored by YouTube and got pushed out to hit our first 1,000 subscribers in June, 10,000 by the end of June. And from there, we just knew we had to continue no matter what. So that is how the show got started. That's how we got rolling. And it's still why we operate today. We still have that mentality of we want to help just one kid out there at a time. Years ago, it was simply put, we want to help one kid come out of the closet easier than I did. Now it's a system where we've helped 7 million kids. So we're sort of the mindset now that we're just helping one kid at a time until we help them all, So that's why we started. And that's still the driving force behind us. So that is all the questions that you guys submitted in the past couple days here. If we didn't get to your question, I'm sorry. That was literally every question that I could find on that post. If you want to be featured in future Q&A episodes, we do them pretty often on the channel. So keep a lookout on our community tab. Also, I will say here, one of the greatest ways that you can support us is by becoming a member of our channel, by hitting join down below or going to our Patreon page. You can sign up for the same exact membership levels as you can sign up here on YouTube. but on Patreon, we get a higher percentage of the support that you give us. YouTube takes a large cut, I should say, of every dollar you give us. So by becoming a member on the base level, you get your name listed in the credits of every episode at the very end. And if you become level 2, which is the first level is called Rainbow Egghead. If you become an what is it? What is it called? What is the second level of our membership called? I completely forget. How did I forget this? Anyway, so yeah, our first level is Rainbow Eggheads, which is $1 a month or higher. Then we have Pride students that are $5 a month. All Pride students and above get access behind the scenes. You get every single week. You get bloopers and outtakes from every episode. You get videos sent to you every week. At the same time we're posting regular episodes on the channel, we're posting a behind the scenes and bloopers episode to accompany that. So you get to see all the bloopers, outtakes, the funny moments from an episode being made. You get to see that in an accompanying episode on the memberships tab. And then finally at $10 a month, we have LGBTQ All-Stars. They get exclusive benefits like getting exclusive discounts on all of our merchandise at pbrmerchstore.com. They get a bunch more perks than everyone else because they're paying a little bit higher. But those same perks exist on Patreon as well at the same tiers. So if you become a member today, you get to see exclusive behind the scenes content, bloopers, and you get your name listed at the end credits of every single episode on our end screen. So we highly encourage you to do that. That's one of the best ways to support what we're doing, and on a continued basis, support what we're doing every single week here, providing weekly LGBTQ education and resources to millions of viewers worldwide. And now we're going to go to another host or somewhere else, I'm told by the producers. So I hope you're enjoying our telethon so far, and I hope you're enjoying our Q&A session here as well. We love hearing your questions, and I love answering them. I love helping as much as I possibly can, no matter the situation. So thank you for sending in your questions, and we will get back to another host now. Welcome back. It has been an amazing day. I hope you have enjoyed all of the entertainment, all of the speeches, all of our hosts coming on for this special broadcast. We do want to take a second and thank every single one of our hosts for coming on, from Michael Martin, my amazing and beautiful boyfriend. He has truly been the strength behind me for the past 4 months and the past year and 4 months we've been together. He's been my rock, and I could not say thank you enough to him and for everyone else behind the show. Thank you to Mr. Nutterbutters, Reginald Fluffwolfers, and to Jimmy, our new co-host of Nutter News, coming on and being a part of this broadcast as well. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I want to thank you for joining us, and I want to also thank every single person who has donated what they can, who has purchased some merchandise from us here today and in the past. Truly, when I started the show, I never imagined people would sponsor us or help make this possible. And here we are, years after starting this and realizing that millions of you enjoy it, learned from it, and that millions of you want to go on and help more people in the future because of it. That is a surreal feeling for us, and we want to continue doing that. So thank you to everyone who has clicked on the link below or in the pinned comment on the live chat or on the pinned comment on this video later. Thank you to everyone who does that. Like I said, we will try to come up with some way of thanking you publicly or privately. If you provided an email address, hopefully we can get you a thank you email or maybe we'll come up with a video of first names or something like that to thank you publicly, because you're just incredible for helping us. And like we said, if you don't have access to a credit card or you don't have the money right now, we do understand. We're in a position where we're asking for help, and maybe you're in a position where you're asking for help too. We do sympathize with that, and so we understand. But thank you to all those who are in a position that can help and that have helped. Your help is greatly appreciated. Like I said in the beginning, every dollar raised here today, or in general on this show, goes to providing more weekly LGBTQ education and resources. Every dollar is overseen by our executive team. No dollar is spent on this show without the entire team coming together and approving of that expense being worth it for you, the end viewer, and the students. So thank you so much for joining us here today, and we shall see you hopefully again next week with another episode. But as for now, thank you so much for everyone who joined us for this broadcast and who donated. I cannot thank you enough. But as we close this 2022 telethon, it has been an incredible day, seeing your comments live and hearing your stories, and we cannot wait to help you more in the future. Thanks to the incredible people who are financially supporting us doing that. And as always, I'm your host, Professor Pride. Please don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, share this video with others. If you can't donate, sharing our videos with your friends and family does help monumentally. If you can't share our videos or subscribe publicly because you're not out of the closet, again, we do understand that. So if you can, don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And as always, I'm your host, Professor Pride. Have a gay day, everyone, and bye for now.